everyone, and we appreciate your patience. This is the Southfield City Council meeting of October 28th, 2024. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Council President. Council Pro Tem Banks.
Present.
Councilman Brightwell.
Here.
Councilman Cruz.
Present.
Councilwoman Haynes.
Present.
Councilwoman Hicks. Councilman Hicks.
Present.
My apologies. Councilwoman Hogue.
Here.
Councilman Mandelbaum.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, if you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I just want to make a couple quick housekeeping announcements. We do have a very full house this evening, and I just want to remind everyone to please have proper decorum in this room. This is the business meeting of the Southfield City Council. Please make sure if you have any sidebar conversations with your neighbors or friends, please step outside into the hallway. Please silence your cell phones. If you need to take a phone call, also please step outside. We have a number of residents who have signed up for public communications in the beginning of the meeting. Many of them are regarding the Kroger gas station. I do want to alert everyone that Kroger is on our agenda this evening for their proposed gas station, and should the rezoning be approved, there will be another public hearing afterwards on their special land use. So we have, I believe over 20 people have signed up to speak about the Kroger gas. The public hearing on the rezoning was held a few months ago. There were several questions the council had, and we did ask for additional information. So Kroger representatives are here. So if you hear somebody speaking about the Kroger gas station, you are more than welcome to come up, as well as if you have signed up to speak. If you have nothing additional to add, you can always forfeit your time to speak as well. We will start. I also, just another housekeeping note, our next regular council meeting is was scheduled for November 12th, which was a Tuesday, the day after Veterans Day. Under our council portion this evening, we will have a vote to cancel that meeting. There are going to be not enough members for a quorum due to a city conference. So our next council meeting on November 12th will not take place. So we do have to add that to our agenda to my colleagues. All right, our first item are appointments and reappointments to some city boards. And Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Council. This evening, I want to call up 4 people, 3 reappointments and 1 appointment. First, I'll call Charlena Ponders. Ms. Ponders in the audience? Yes, great. You may remember meeting Ms. Ponders a little while ago. She was filling the end of someone else's term. So tonight I am recommending her reappointment to fill a complete term, as she is a Southfield resident in the DDA, or rather in the City Center district. She also is a Southfield businesswoman. Secondly, I'm calling up Brian Sioma, if he's in the house.
Okay.
Yes, he is. Brian has been the alternate to the City Center Advisory Board, filling for Michael Cahill of Farbman Company. As you know, the City Center Advisory Board is composed of local business people who have property or manage properties in the city center district. The third person is Laura Mancini, who served on the library board. She is working this evening. She is a librarian, and she's not able to attend. And then Thomas Litzler, I don't know if he's here this evening. Mr. Litzler is with Shostak, again, a major realtor in the city center district. So I am recommending the appointment of Ms. Ponders and the reappointment of Mr. Sayoma, Mr. Litzler, I'm tongue-tied, and then Ms. Mancini to the library board.
Councilman Hoag?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the reappointments to the City Center Advisory Board for Charlene Ponder, Thomas Litzer, and Lori Mancini to the Southfield Library Board, and then the appointment to the City Center Advisory Board for Brian Sayoma.
Support.
Sioma.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks, for the reappointments and appointments as presented. Council, any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
If the chair doesn't mind, I'd like to have Councilman Brightwell come up because he's got an appointment as well, and then the clerk can do the swearing in altogether. If
No
that's all right
problem.
with you. Mr. Brightwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Boards and Commission Committee of the Southfield City Council, we appoint several members to the various boards and commissions that we have. And before I go forward, my committee wanted me to make sure I recognize them. The committee is made up of Mr. Charles Hicks, Councilman Hicks, and also Councilwoman Yolanda Haynes. And with that, I would like to ask Ms. McKenzie, please come down, please. We interviewed Ms. McKenzie several weeks ago, and we were definitely impressed. First of all, she's a very mature young lady. She's a mediator, she's a consultant, and some knowledge I picked up this afternoon and later on today, we are in need of a mediator and a consultant with respect to mediating situations. So I think Ms. McKenzie serves an urgent purpose. And I'm not trying to be funny, but we are looking for individuals who bring things to the table and bring talent and skills, and Ms. McKenzie definitely demonstrated those abilities through our interview and also her resume. And with that, I am recommending that Ms. McKenzie be appointed to the Total Living Commission.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve the appointment of Murda McKenzie to the Total Living Commission Board. Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, for the appointment of the Total Living Commission of Ms. McKenzie. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we will have the city clerk swear you in.
Solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and the city charter of the City of Southfield.
And the
and
city
the
charter of the city of Southfield.
Southfield,
And that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
perform the duties
perform the duties
of the office
of the office
of
of
the Southfield Total Living Commission for Ms. McKenzie.
Southfield Total Living Commission.
And for the City Center Advisory Board for Ms. Ponders.
Yep, for the City
and-
Center Advisory Board.
And Mr. Litzler,
Sioma.
Sioma, Mr. Brian.
Close.
Okay. For the City Center Advisory Board.
City Center Advisory
City
Board.
Center Advisory Board.
Thank you. In and for the City of Southfield,
And for the City of Southfield.
the County of Oakland,
The County of Oakland.
and the State of Michigan,
And the State of Michigan.
according to the best
According to the best
of my ability.
of my abilities.
Subscribed and sworn to before me
Subscribed and sworn to before me
this 28th day of October,
this 28th day of October,
2024.
2024.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you're done signing, with the round council election.
Sign the white one.
Thank you so much. You keep the white one there. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor. I was going to suggest. Yeah. I was going to say the same thing.
All right.
Sorry, Sylvain.
That'll be easy. All right.
Communication.
Next, we're going to move to the presentations portion. We have one presentation. We have a presentation of proclamation Extra Mile Day on for November 1st by our mayor.
Well, good evening once again. As I've done every year, there's a national movement to recognize individuals in every community who have gone the extra mile. November 1st every year is Extra Mile Day. And so this evening, I have a resolution, or a proclamation rather, not a resolution, but a proclamation honoring Rick Williams, Ron Johnson, Lori Penn, and Darla Van Hoy for going the extra mile. I'd like to ask them to come forward. And as they're coming forward, whereas Southfield is a community that appreciates when its citizens go the extra mile in personal effort, service, and volunteerism. And whereas Southfield acknowledges the mission of the Extra Mile Association of America to create 550 extra mile cities in America, and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1st, 2024, whereas Southfield is a community which encourages its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly with total effort, commitment, and conviction to their individual ambitions, family and friends, and community. And whereas Southfield, through the various efforts to support the community, such as the Big Rake, Friends of Southfield Public Arts, the annual Martin Luther King Peace Walk celebration, and many other activities, as well as serving on advisory or neighborhood association boards, Southfield is a community that chooses to shine the light on these individuals that give of themselves with total effort to go the extra mile. And whereas Rick Williams serves as president of the Roadmasters Corvette Club since 2020. The club, under his leadership, has supported any number of community events from the Martin Luther King Peace Walk, Magnolia Roseland Woods 4th of July Parade, Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival, and the Walk to Raise Awareness for Domestic Violence, and many, many other events. And whereas Ron Johnson served until recently as vice president of the Roadmasters Corvette Club. Since 2020, the club, under his leadership, has supported any number of community events, including Martin Luther King, Roseland, Magnolia 4th of July Parade, Kimmy Horn Festival, Walk to Raise Awareness of domestic violence. And whereas Lori Penn is a longtime Southfield resident and retired Southfield Public Library librarian. Ms. Penn volunteered over 200 hours of her time over the past year sorting through boxes of records, documents, and mementos belonging to former Southfield Mayor Donald Fracassi. She assisted in preserving those documents of historical value to the city and have since been turned over to the Southfield Public Library. And whereas Darla Van Hoy is a longtime Southfield resident and president of the Southfield Historical Society, Ms. Van Hoy has volunteered over 200 hours of her time over the past year sorting through boxes of records, documents, and mementos belonging to former Southfield Mayor Donald Fracassi. She assisted in preserving those documents of historical value to the city, which have been turned over to the library. So this evening, as we've done for the last decade, we're honoring 4 of our extra milers. So I have a proclamation for each, a copy of the proclamation personalized with your reason for being an extra miler. I'm sure the council will join me in appreciation for all the hours that these 4 outstanding individuals have done for the city of Southfield.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's a few folks who want to take a picture. Can they come
Come on
around
this
real
side.
quick?
Sure.
Come on up, guys, if you want.
Don't cross over, go around.
Yeah.
That's a hazard.
Come on, scoot over. We'll put Lori in front.
I was gonna say, Lori goes here.
Anybody taking a picture can come right up front.
Oh, right here.
Okay.
That's
Wow, wasn't expecting all this. Paparazzi.
Like the opening night of the Oscars, right?
We got it.
5.
Yeah.
That one's for Mike Hall, just in case. Do you want to? Do you want them to come shake your hand? Do you want them to come and shake your hand too? Yeah. Let them, let's shake hands first and then.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. Council would like to shake your hand. So if you, go this way. I'm always cold. Cold hands, warm hands.
Good. Thank you.
Coming back around. Is that, that's the thing that go to my church. No, I had some of that too. I'm glad we got that out, so if they want to leave. I'm glad we did that.
Yeah. I know. I drink lots of alcohol. It kills the insides.
Yeah, I think that is him. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
You okay?
she made it, thank God. That could have been.
You want to say something? You sure? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
For now, we gotta make sure to have somebody to stand there as people lead and make sure they see that step.
Okay. Where did Janet go? All right. What? Minutes won't take that long. Yeah. Well, you were in charge. You were in charge. All right. We will now move on to the communications portion of our meeting. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language towards any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. The council may not provide responses to public comment during the meeting. If you have provided your contact information when you signed up for public communications, the city will provide a more formal response to you in the near future. If the council does respond, we will respond once the communications has been completed by all the speakers. We do have a lot of speakers this evening. Please be mindful of the 3 minutes. The microphone will shut off after 3 minutes, and you'll be reminded your time is up and be asked to allow the next speaker to speak. Again, we ask that you please provide the respect for each speaker, and there is no clapping or cheering allowed in this auditorium. Our first speaker is Roberta Kottman. Ms. Kottman?
Southfield is an international city of peace. I speak to you tonight because Thursday, October the 24th, is United Nations Day. It represents the founding of the United Nations. The theme for this year is world peace, togetherness, and I say that again, togetherness and sustainability. Southfield has observed the founding since 2005, 2009, 2010, 2018. The city of Southfield has not observed this day since 2018. I have been very privileged to be at the United Nations on several occasions. And I say to you again, as you look at the flags of all of the member states flying again, if you look at the pistol as you walk into the United Nations, but this pistol has a rope around the top. Teach peace. Prevent war. October 24th. And I urge you and the mayor to recognize this date.
All right, thank you. All right, our next speaker is Rabbi Yechiel Morris.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Yechiel Morris. I have been a Southfield resident for over 22 years, and for that same period of time, I've served as the rabbi of Young Israel of Southfield. Young Israel of Southfield has existed and has been the same location in Southfield for nearly 50 years. Incorporated in 1977, our synagogue is located on Losser Road at the corner of Winchester. The north side of our property is adjacent to Stevenson Elementary School, and the south side of our property is adjacent to Losser Woods Park. I come before you this evening full of gratitude and appreciation to you, the members of the Southfield City Council, as well as to Mayor Ken Siver, City Administrator Fred Zorn, Southfield Police Chief Elvin Barron, Director of Parks and Recreation Terry Fields, as well as to the entire team at Parks and Recreation, and many other city officials and employees who have been so supportive and helpful toward our synagogue over the past several months. For nearly 50 years, half of our membership, those that live in the Bell Road corridor, myself included, have accessed our synagogue as well as fellow members' homes on our weekly Sabbath, as well as on major Jewish holidays, using the pass and access points through the Stevenson Elementary School property. As we don't drive on those days, this Stevenson portal has been critical to allow our members to access our building as well as to get together for meals at our homes in a safe and timely manner. Throughout these past several decades, we created and cultivated a positive, amicable, and jointly beneficial relationship with the leadership, staff, parent body, and students at Stevenson. Stevenson allowed us to use these access points as well as drafted a document to provide us irrevocable rights to use their parking lot when we needed overflow parking occasionally for an evening or weekend event. And on our end, we have allowed parents to use our parking lot to help ease congestion during drop-off and pickup times at Stevenson. In 2011, when we expanded our property on our north side, we negotiated in good faith with the school district and paid full price to purchase a small piece of land to help square off our property. In addition, during COVID, we raised thousands of dollars to help organize a food drive for 25 deserving Stevenson families, and were able to supply them with several weeks of food. At that time as well, we sponsored Christmas gifts for close to 20 families, and we continue to now annually donate these holiday gifts. We also help stock a food pantry outside the school for families in need, and we are proud to have a team of tutors that work every week to help students who are struggling to learn how to read. May I request 2 additional minutes?
Yeah. Well, you can't give your time up, but you can speak for you.
Okay. In the last few years, we have also developed a warm, caring, and beloved relationship with Stevenson principal Tanya Hickman and her entire incredible staff. It was therefore with great dismay and hurt when, after being told of the construction work being done this year at Stevenson, and after receiving assurances from the district chief of staff that our members would still have safe passage through Stevenson to access our property, that construction fencing went up this past summer to completely deny us our nearly 50 years of access through the school property. Time does not allow for sharing all the time and genuine effort that we put in to try to work with district officials to come up with some viable and safe alternatives. Unfortunately, with much frustration and lack of communication, the only offer district officials finally came up with was to charge us $20,000 to put up fencing that itself would only be temporary and usable intermittently during the year-long project. As that hefty price was outside what we could afford, and with its limited usage, we could not accept that proposal. Throughout this process, we have turned to city officials, to you, for guidance and assistance, and we have kept you, our city leaders, updated of our predicaments. I stand before you this evening to express, on behalf of my members that are here, our synagogue's great appreciation for your collective support and understanding, and specifically for accelerating and altering the Lasser Woods Park construction schedule to expedite the recently added paths to the park. These new paths allow for those who live southwest of the synagogue to now safely and expeditiously access our synagogue on our Sabbath and our holidays. Although the needs of those who live directly to the west and northwest of the synagogue are still significantly hampered by the Stevenson construction, nonetheless, this city park project and all the efforts and support from Southfield city officials have been significant and extraordinary. Our interactions with all of you can best be characterized by your own words, and I quote, "What can we do to be helpful and supportive?" It is with this model of partnership and perspective that we hope to still find an amicable solution with the Southfield School District to help alleviate the challenges posed to our members in the Bell Road corridor. I personally have another idea that I hope the school district will consider that will benefit our members during the remainder of the school's construction project, as well as for many years into the future. It is our hope that we can work together and once again renew our relationship with the school district, just as we have such a strong bond with you, our city leaders and officials. My members, in conclusion, are proud and involved members of our great city. And we have and we continue to feel loved, cared, and supported by your collective leadership and actions. We thank you for your understanding and for your noble efforts, and I offer each of you the blessing of continued good health, success, joy, and fulfillment for yourselves, your families, and for the wonderful residents of our collective Southfield family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Kordakovsky.
I just wanted to, the rabbi spoke for me, but I just wanted to say thank you. Really, I've been a member here, I've been a resident in Southfield for 13 years now. And, it was originally supposed to be just a short stop, and 13 years later, we call this place home, and we really, really appreciate everything that you do for us, and really appreciate the efforts that you've gone through to speed up this project. So I echo what the rabbi says. I brought my kids along with me to say thank you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Modell.
Fishman.
Fishman.
Monica Fishman, thank you. Good evening, Monica Fishman. At the risk of aging myself, I've lived in the city now for almost 40 years, graduated from Southfield Lathrop. And I just wanted to thank everyone from the city council, the mayor, anyone from Parks and Rec, who I don't see, at least from when I was on the board here, just your unwavering support and dedication to our community, particularly expediting the Lasher Woods Park project. We really appreciate it. Your decision to accelerate it, the timeline for the path has made a significant impact, not just for us at Young Israel of Southfield, but for the entire neighborhood, allowing the residents to enjoy this beautiful space sooner than anticipated. For us, it's obviously wonderful. People who can walk don't have to go down to Lasher and 11 and go like half a mile plus further. It allows our elderly who are in scooters or our young members pushing strollers to get there, and we really appreciate it. It's not just for us. As I said, as a runner, I've already run on the path, sidewalk from Bell Road that you guys put in through that path. I've seen many of our community, not just Young Israel, but from the entire Southfield community walking their dogs there. It's enhanced like, just our recreational options in the city, and we really appreciate it. And I wanted to thank you again for your vision and your commitment to not just us, but to the entire city of Southfield. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Our next speaker is Akimai Mitchell.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Akimai Mitchell, and I'm a Southfield resident. But what I'm here for today is to talk a little bit about Gift of Adoption. I am the chapter president for the Michigan chapter of Gift of Adoption. Gift of Adoption is a national 501c3 charity that provides funding for the completion of adoptions of vulnerable children. In Michigan, our Michigan chapter alone has been around since 2016, and we've raised over $500,000 and have provided funding for over 172 children to be adopted. We are able to do this by raising funds and then providing grants. On November 9th, here in Southfield, we're having our fundraising event. It's called Stepping Up for Adoption. We are doing a stair climb at the Southfield Town Center, and we have participants from both the fire and the police department that will participate in it. And then we also have national stair climbers and international stair climbers that are flying in, or with our furthest coming in from Japan, to climb the flights of stairs, the 28 flights of stairs in the Southfield Town Center, and they're competing for time, and they're competing for endurance. However, this event is open for all people of all ages and all skills and abilities. What I'm here for is an ask. My ask is that you support, that we get support from the Southfield City Council in this very prominent event happening in Southfield that is helping communities and families here in Michigan. What I would like to do is I would like to leave with you one, a fact sheet about Gift of Adoption, so you can understand how large we are and what we have been doing for communities in Michigan. And then I'd also like to leave with you a second sheet, which is information about the stair climb. What's great about this flyer here, it tells you how to sign up, how to donate, how to participate. But what I like most about it is the picture that we use in it. In that picture, you'll see members of the Southfield Fire Department in their full regalia, including their air tanks, and they are interacting with one of the children that received one of our grants, one of our grant family children. And we've been doing this in Southfield for 4 years, and they run that flight of stairs every single year, participating and giving their hardest for us. So I want to say thank you to the City of Southfield Fire Department, and then ask for your support to promote this event for us.
Thank you. Do you have a website that people can look at?
Yes. We, at the bottom of the sheets that we provide to you, there are QR codes that'll take you right there. If for those people that are here that might want to learn more about Gift of Adoption, you can look at www.giftofadoptionfund.org. And then you can learn about all of our chapters.
Thank you. And you can leave the flyer with our city planner over there, and he'll make sure we get, or.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Try to be efficient. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Snyder.
Good evening. My name's Christine Snyder, and I am in favor of the fuel center for Kroger, and for a couple of reasons, and I'll tell you why. One is very simple. I'm a frequent shopper at the Kroger there, and the shopper's discount would allow me to have some, discount on my fuel, which is rising, as we know. Another one is, as a homeowner nearby the plaza there at Evergreen Plaza, I am concerned about the negative impact that vacant storefronts have on property values and insurance premiums. And lastly, I'd like to say something on behalf of the small business owners at that plaza, some of whom are struggling. It's not helpful to have two very large vacant storefronts at the facade of that plaza. Now, the property owners and management and real estate agents have done a great job filling the small business storefronts. It's a little bit more difficult to fill those big ones. Nobody wants to be the first one next to an empty, large storefront. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that you'll take that in consideration for the residents and the small business owners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker. Right, if they take, all right, thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Mason.
Hi, good evening. My name is Margaret Mason, and I am the president of the Cranbrook Village Homeowners Association, so I'm here on behalf of 512 homeowners regarding the Kroger fuel station issue. And really, my sole purpose in being here tonight is just to get clear about what the conditions are around putting in a gas station there. And it has come to my attention that Kroger may have the position, and this is what I want to get clear about, that if they cannot put the station in, that they're going to close the store. So it sounds like we either have the choice of no gas station, no store, or we get a gas station, the store stays open, and we have the possibility of more traffic in the area. Now, according to the traffic study that was part of the proposal, the anticipated increase of traffic is minimal, and that the expectation is that the gas station traffic will come in through the Kroger parking lot and not have a dire effect on the 12-mile and Evergreen intersection. And if that's the case, then I personally would much rather have an extra gas station with a store rather than being left without a store. And as the woman who just spoke said, having a vacant anchor store there would be detrimental to the community. In addition to not having access, ready access to a grocery store, it does have a negative impact on those smaller stores and to those business owners. I am a business owner, so I understand that. I have appreciated the improvements that Kroger has made. I like the motion sensor lighting and the energy efficient refrigeration and all of that. All of that is great. But I do want to get some clarity on what Kroger's position is on this so that I can communicate that to the residents of our association. So can you offer anything on that? Can you enlighten me?
Kroger is on our agenda later this evening, and I'm sure they're going to be speaking about all the questions that the council had, including that one as well. But there's nothing that we can offer at this moment.
Okay. I've been a resident here for 37 years, and I've seen that Kroger evolve, and I've seen a lot of transformation in that area. And I think we would like to support maintaining a store there in whatever that takes. So Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Katu. And just before you come to the podium, I just want to let, there may be speakers who have questions about the Kroger property. The council at this point during communications does not have many of those answers, which is why we have asked Kroger to come back from their public hearing that was held several weeks ago, so we can get those questions answered. So I want to set the expectation that we don't have a lot of the answers that people may have, but we are taking notes, and hopefully those answers, those questions will be answered when Kroger the Kroger item comes up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. My name is Dr. Ron Katu. I'm actually the owner and operator of the urgent care that's in the plaza. So my concerns are that, as previously stated, if there's no gas station and the anchor store closes and it causes a ripple effect, and if the plaza goes under, my main concern is really my patients. So I have 30,000 patients on my registry. And the majority of I've been there for 5 years. I'm there 7 days a week. And a lot of my patients use me as not only for their common colds and acute issues, but also for their primary care. So hypertension, diabetes, and a whole host of other issues. I'm also a board-certified pulmonologist, so I see a ton of pulmonary disorders there. My concern is if I go, then their continuity of care suffers, because the answer is going to be, why can't they just go down the street to the other urgent care? Because they don't want to. They come to see me because I take care of them. I'm their primary care doctor for all practical purposes. It'll break the continuity of their health care. So it's they come in. There's the ER wait that they don't want to go to. A lot of them will walk into my urgent care with a blood pressure of 220 over 130. They don't want to wait an hour and a half, 3 hours just to be seen, triaged by a nurse in the ER. So they'll come to us because we take care of them quickly. And I do follow up the next day because, like I said, I am there 7 days a week. So I think for us, sure, if it closes down, I pack up and leave, fine. I can just go open up someplace else. But I think the detriment to my patients will be significant, and that's my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Simpson-Garner.
Okay, so I have come before you guys before, and each time, I feel like I am being mistreated, or I'm being treated like I'm not the victim. I've come before you letting you know that I had a situation with the Southfield Police Department, and there were some illegal things that were done. I asked for that to be investigated. I did have a conversation with the chief. He referred me over to the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, and they were not of any help. I received some threatening messages that were very intimidating, so I withdrew. I provided adequate information to show that I withdrew from that. I attempted to go to the Department of Civil Rights to see if I can get some help with the situation that I was having. And while they were investigating, I just decided I would bring it. There was one page that I started my complaint with, and the Southfield Police Department and 2 attorneys submitted this, it was over 200 pages, to the Department of Civil Rights to have them not look at the complaint that I filed. After seeing that, I withdrew that complaint, and I had documentation to show that I withdrew that complaint. But when we had the meeting last week and you said that this was handled and you talked with the chief about it, I decided to get all of my documentation to show that I officially withdrew, did everything the way I was supposed to on October 16th. And the police department refused to allow me to present the information or to file a police report. So I've come to my conclusion that no one wants to know what is going on. But I am going to continue to bring this information in front of you guys. I've been nice. I've been patient. I've not been rude. But there is a problem with the police department, and it is your responsibility as city council, as mayor, as chief of Southfield, to make sure the police department is on the up and up and everything is being done the way that it's supposed to be done. Every time I come before you and I try to talk about this, I get so emotional. And I have to tell you, why would someone waste all of their time for several years bringing this information before you or attempting to have a conversation if nothing has ever happened, or if you investigated and didn't find anything? With that investigation, and I'm going to let you know because each time you say the same thing, nothing was asked, or no information was provided for me, nothing was provided to let me know an investigation took place. So I just want you to know nothing has happened, and I am going to unfortunately have to continue to come to let you guys know so I can make sure this doesn't happen to anyone. And also, please be fair when you allow people to speak and give everybody 3 minutes.
The next speaker is Maceo.
Residents, taxpayers, and voters were just told council does not have to respond to you. But when they ran for office, they wanted you to respond to them.
Excuse me, please address the council.
So again, this is the same callousness, the same disregard that you see happening to Ms. Gardner. They don't feel they have to do anything when you have an issue, a complaint, an injustice. That's why Ms. Gardner is here 8 years later with the same issue. Let it have been somebody from the mayor's community. You think we would be here 8 years later talking about this? How did we even get here? Because again, Ms. Gardner reported her neighbor, whose daughter came to her, complaining that the father sexually abused her and her daughter, and she might be pregnant as a result. Ms. Gardner did what anybody with any decency would do, go to the police. Unfortunately, that individual was friends with people in SPD. That's how he knew who reported him. That's why he was able to send out all these letters to the neighbors saying, oh, Ms. Gardner's crazy, Ms. Gardner's attacking me, Ms. Gardner this, Ms. Gardner that. Southfield doesn't do anything about it. She reports that, nothing done. She reports other things, nothing done. Dead deer at her front door, nothing done. Car broken into, nothing done. House broken into, nothing done. This is what you're getting for your vote? Has anybody from council talked to Ms. Gardner directly, past or present administration? No. Has anybody seen that investigation personally? No. But since they think you're dumb, you're just going to listen. Oh, they investigated it, there was nothing found.
Again, please address the council.
You don't care what I have to say, so I'm talking to the citizens, right?
If you'd like to talk to the citizens, you can do that in the hallway.
Okay, well, I'll do that too then. You are supposed to get something for your vote.
Excuse me, please address the council.
They are supposed to get something for their vote. They're clearly not getting anything. She hasn't gotten anything. So why are people up here if you're not going to serve the people, which is what you're supposed to do? That's why you ran, right? When you were campaigning, that's what you told people. I'm here to represent you, the citizens of Southfield, blah, 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 blah. Here's a citizen been looking for help for 8 years, and all she gets is blank stares. What are you getting for your vote?
I'd just like to clarify, the last 2 speakers spoke about our police department. The council has been advised about this situation. There were 2 investigations by the Southfield Police Department under 2 different chiefs of police, an investigation by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. In the, I believe it was last week or the week before, this matter was sent to the State Attorney General's office for an investigation, and we have not, obviously, that investigation has either started or will be started shortly, but we did send that information over to the Office of the Attorney General to investigate the allegations. and there's not much we can do at this point. Thank you. Our next speaker is Vince Gallant.
Good evening. I'm Vince Gallant. I'm a 12-year resident of Southfield now. I live over on Farmbrook, and I have a lot of time spent at the pool that has now been closed for the last 3 years. And I just wanted to emphasize that it's important for our community to have a strong aquatics program, and I think that the leadership of Parks and Rec has failed to develop a plan that can move forward so that the residents of this city have the ability to learn to swim, have the ability to continue to swim as they get older, and take those skills to wherever it'll lead them. I've got 45 years of coaching. I worked with the city for a couple of years in 16 and 17 as the aquatics director under Terry Field. And I feel that I would like to be directed towards any information that you have on the pool, the feasibility study, and whatever has come about since the splash pad has been kiboshed. But I would like to see, I'd like to help out, offer my time to help out in any way. I've got many contacts, people that have developed community centers across the state and across the nation. And so I would like to see what has been done. And I would also like to offer my time to bring this a little closer to fruition. I understand it's a big project, but I know that it would like to continue on. So again, I'd like to review the minutes of the feasibility study if that's possible, and I express my concern that we have been failed as a city on the aquatic side of it by our Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Ayar. Mike, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Ayar? All right. Greg Keeler?
City of Southfield resident. Vince, that you just heard from, is one of the coaches from Detroit 100 swim team that won the national swimming championship here in Michigan from all this region around here. This is one of the top swimming coaches that there are. So to have the luxury of having him here and to be able to want to work with you on your swimming pool, I would closely take that up. And then if you want to talk about having lifeguards, most of us are all lifeguards from the Swimming 100 team. I would like to first thank Fred for sending me the letter for the questions that I asked. I'll be addressing this because one of the things was I said, can you prove anything that you said in the conversation? And you basically said it was hearsay that you had. So that for me is a problem. I'll be going into that in detail. I do have some more questions. How much money has been spent on SNRI lawsuits leading to the loss at the Supreme Court? Were any loopholes in the laws in Michigan changed because of this decision from SNRI? How much money was spent on placing and removing sewer lines on Circle Drive to be installed? Were there any residents who stopped LTU dorm from having a sewer line? Since in the statement you said there were 3 people. Leading up to the dorm, the street is shaped like a P. So where the dorm was located at is only 6 homes. And you said 80% of that neighborhood was Lawrence Tech. So in them 6 homes, I'll provide you the dots to show you the 6 homes that lead to the dorm. Which one of them, if any of them, said no to the easement? And I'm sure your hearsay won't be able to say who they were. And I can tell you that probably the bulk of the homes going that way are LTU. So I don't understand why there's a sewer line there for the dorm, or was, when the dorm was initially being thought of, there was never a sewer line thought of being there in the proposal at all for residents or going to there from 10 Mile Road, which was the route you would have to go,
Your
but
time is
only
up.
through Lawrence Tech. I'm glad that my time is up. I guess I was talking about something interesting, it'd be longer. And is it up on the 3 minutes or up on from when I started walking up here?
Our next speaker is Kenny Sharon.
Hi, my name is Kenny Chirac. I'm the owner-operator of an Exxon gas station located near the proposed site. I have several reasons why I believe that approving this new gas station would be detrimental, not only to my business, but also the community as a whole. First and foremost, the approval of another gas station, the approval of another gas station, especially one backed by a large corporation like Kroger, would severely impact the sustainability of existing local businesses like mine. We are a small, locally owned station that has served this community for 13 years. There are already 4 gas stations that operate from 12 Mile in Southfield to 12 Mile in Evergreen. Adding another gas station risks saturating the market, which can reduce revenues across the board for all existing stations. In an already competitive market, Kroger station with the ability to offer deep discounts and promotions can result in unfair advantages to us local businesses. Honestly, 13 years ago, we all used to pump 150 to 160,000 gallons. With all these Costco's and Sam's Clubs coming in, we've lost 2/3 of our gallons already. We can't compete with Kroger. There's no fair advantage. When they restore the Speedway, we match them, in general, because we already lose 60% of our volume. The mayor has said it plenty of times. We have overbuilt in the city of Southfield when it comes to retail. When do we realize that we have overbuilt gas stations as well? With electric cars coming to play in the next 20, 30 years, when do we realize people are going to charge at home? It's cheaper at night. They're not going to come to us when you have the ability to charge at home. We also need to think about all the tanks in the ground contamination. Do we want to add another tank in the ground that can potentially pollute the ground? I mean, is that something we really want for something that's not really needed? The amount of traffic that's through there, there's no reason for another gas station, just really the threat of Kroger leaving us. And I think really it's more of a threat. Hey, you're not going to approve a gas station, we're going to leave. And I don't think that's fair. In the closing, I urge the council to consider the long-term effects that approving this gas station have on small businesses like ours and myself and the community and the community's economy and on the environment. The decision should not be taken lightly, as it will shape the future of our of the local community for years to come. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Pisco. Are you speaking for Kroger?
Yes, through the chair, I'll defer until the hearing. I just wanted
Okay.
to get our name on the docket.
No worries.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eddie Cartwright. Eddie Cartwright. Elizabeth Cole. Deborah Petty. David Nguyen. Nguyen, Nguyen. Greg William. Christine Snyder. Okay. There were several sign-up sheets. Margaret Mason.
She spoke too.
Okay. David Williams.
No.
I thought I got the duplicates.
David Williams, 20216 North Lackmore. I don't know why we are still here. I don't know why we are still here. I've been to 5 of these meetings, and the city is slow playing it. Now I have to sit down and listen to some of our neighbors, residents of Southfield, that want some explanation at this late hour. This city council hasn't given the resident their due respect for the high-paying tax resident of Southfield. We have catered to Kroger that backstabbed us 6 years ago, left because the sitting council members would not take their arrogance. They left Providence and Greenfield and went for green pastures in Oak Park. And what did that give them? It gave them 7.5 acres of land. Kroger built that facility. Now you want to compare that to what we have on 12 and Evergreen? Think twice. Guess what? The only thing that has happened in 20 years by 12 and Evergreen is the owner there, who I don't care for, that owns the plaza. He's the only one that has spent his own hard money paving the ground there. What has Kroger done in 20 years in that store? Nothing. In the last meeting I came to, it took courage for some of these council members to speak up. And it's sad that the other half did not have a word to say on how beautiful Kroger looks. And guess what? The Kroger LLC has just merged with a big grocery store. They are the biggest grocery store in the United States. You think they're going to listen to you? They want their gas station, and they're going to bully themselves to get it. It is sad that I represent Kingsley Estate. We've been vigilant. We know what goes on there. I wouldn't even step in that Kroger even if you gave me $100 a day. For what? It's lousy, it's dirty, and they want to bully us? No. My kids knows better. You know your worth. You know your value. I'm so mad I can't even speak anymore, but I have been to 6 meetings of this nonsense, and we continue to enable Kroger. Who cares if they leave? I've lived here for 36 years.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
I'd like to remind everyone that there is no clapping or cheering. If it does happen, again, the council will take a recess. Their next speaker is Mohammed Namer.
station, and it's going to be beneficial to all the members of the community. At the end of the day, everything's expensive, and Kroger's a big, like the person before said, it's a big, LLC in the state, in this country, and we need somebody big here who can get us better pricing for, food and stuff like that. And bringing a gas station there is going to be better. It's going to be cheaper for the residents and, people who work in the city. So I don't understand why is that negative to the majority of the people in the city. I mean, the traffic issue, they've done the studies, it's not going to affect the traffic. Kroger's a big company, they're going to do things properly and make sure everything's, moving smoothly. So I don't know why we would not be supporting this gas station. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terrence Pock. Terrence? Michael Zaks?
Good evening. Michael Zaks, longtime 58-year resident of the city of Southfield. Just want to speak on behalf of the two cannabis businesses in Southfield, Loom and Dreams. Unfortunately, I have some medical conditions, although not life-threatening. They do require my use of cannabis product. It would be convenient and easy if they were open later. I work, like most folks, most of the week. They're open short hours on the weekend, which is unfortunate. And without offending anyone, it's certainly much more convenient and safe to shop at Lasser and 11 Mile or 12 and Telegraph, say, than 6 Mile and Schaefer or 8 Mile and Greenfield. So I'm in favor of them extending the hours for safe purposes of cannabis users in the general Southfield area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tina Torres. Tina?
Good evening. I'm here on the gas station, or added gas station for Kroger's. And we have 2 gas stations that are already there. I've been in Southfield area for over 20 years, and we're fine with those. And the congestion with the traffic is going to be really, really bad in that area, because I've been experiencing a lot of traffic, even going towards Southfield Road, west, and if you try to make the turn within the last couple of weeks to make that left turn, the traffic is backing up just too far that you have to wait in that line just to make that traffic, so that's going to be another problem. We have the school system across, right down the street, with the school kids, and these kids are walking across that parking lot, and there was a boy that almost got hit on a bicycle just last week, and because they're driving across the parking lot, those kids walk across that parking lot. And so the market itself is terrible. Most of us that have been living there for a long time, I don't even go to that market unless there's an emergency, because it's dirty, they don't keep it clean. Half of the time they're out of stock. And the problem is the market that's over on West Bloomfield on Maple and Woodward, it looks like a Kroger's supermarket. This market just looks like an average market. It needs remodeling, And I mean, it's just terrible. And you're trying to add a gas station there? I'm just really not satisfied with that situation as far as having a gas station, another gas station there. When I moved in Southfield, it was a lot nicer than it is now. And we pay a lot of taxes. In fact, I think we're the second highest taxpayer for Oakland County. And for us not to have a say in this, I think it's not fair to us.
All right, thank you. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, our next speaker is Sam Nara.
My name is Sam Nara. I'm a tenant at that center since 2011. The reason for our success is Kroger being in the center, and it's very important for Kroger to stay there for us, for all of us to survive in that center. So I'm in favor of the gas station for that purpose, for all the reasons the speakers before me that stated. It's very, very important for all our center, especially when you depend on that business for your livelihood. So I just wanted to say I'm in favor of that gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Muhammad Ali. It's a great name. The fire chief went up to check on it.
Of course. Good evening to you and your staff. Muhammad Ali Hamoud, attorney on behalf of Al Shaif Inc., who's standing to my left. I am here before you on property subject 22580 Telegraph Road in Southfield. My client is currently the tenant in that subject property. Our purpose here today is for one reason only. We are asking that any and all decisions be deferred until the pending litigation in district court has been resolved. There is currently a pending litigation in district court, case number 2409496 LT, before Judge Johnson. My client has a legal interest in that property. Just some quick background. In 2019, he signed a 10-year lease with an option to buy the property. So for those reasons, my client has some legal implications in that property. For any property to be rezoned, repurposed, whatever reason, until that litigation has been resolved, will just cause further headaches for the city and the city council. For those reasons, I respectfully request that any decision be deferred until the court resolves the ongoing litigation. Thank you. Do you have any words? No. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Could you tell us what property you're talking to about?
Of course. The property is 22580 Telegraph. 22599 Telegraph.
Through the chair, this is the 9 Mile and Telegraph property that's scheduled for later this evening.
All right, thank you.
Next generation, yes.
When is your court date?
We don't have a current court date. They were supposed to serve the proper defendant, so it's looking like it's at least 30 to 60 days out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Myron Thomas.
Hello, Myron Thomas, city resident. I just wanted to acknowledge that I did get some acknowledgments from the city council for some of my requests, and there are still some ongoing conversations to go on. I just wanted to acknowledge that because the last time I was here, we had not spoken at all. And I won't belabor the point. I'll bring up the other agenda items at a later date, given that the long-standing Kroger conversation is going to happen. It's going to make a long night, so thank you.
Okay, Thank you. Our next speaker is Gerard Mullen.
Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. Later this evening, much later, this council will be voting on a petition, that is, on Kroger's petition, to build a gas station at their 12-mile site. Before you vote tonight, I urge each council person to read council minutes of the April 11, 2016 council meeting. That's when Kroger first petitioned the Southfield City Council for a gas station at their 12-mile site. Deja vu all over again. At that meeting, 8 years ago, was the very same Kroger pitchman, Matthew Pisco, who pitched the very same pitch as he pitched to this council last August 26. The pitch goes something like this. If council approves the gas station, Kroger may update their unkempt store. That is, in 3 years hence. Maybe. But now get this. If council doesn't approve the gas station, watch out. Kroger may punish this city. That's us folks, you and I. Punish us by closing their 12-mile store. Hopefully all members of this council will carefully read the April 11, 2016 minutes. And there you will find the following sentence in reference to Kroger's unkempt store. Quote, Council President Fraser is not interested in rewarding bad behavior, unquote. Myron Fraser was right then in the year 2016, and Myron Fraser is right today. The two lessons to be learned from this short history are lesson number one, this council should not cave in to Kroger's empty threats. And lesson number two, this council should not reward Kroger for its bad behavior. In a word, just say no. No to Kroger. No to Kroger's empty threats. No to Kroger's bad behavior. Remember this, Kroger can't vote for any member on this council, but Southfield voters can. Think about that before you cast your vote later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela Gerald.
Good evening, Council. I was going to talk about something different as far as Kroger, but I think I'm going to switch what I was going to say. In the last COW meeting, there were two speakers in there that spoke tonight that seemed to have this obsession with me and possibly my husband. So one of the speakers talked about the fact that I was putting a PPO on them. The law says that if you have two or more instances against that one person, you can get a PPO. For the record, because this person had a teenage daughter, I chose not to get the PPO. And I was more concerned about the fact that I proved my case because the videotape showed that this person approached me, and on two occasions I moved to the left to move away from that person. What you're not hearing from that person is that the judge said, if I came down there again with another situation, she would grant the PPO. So let's put that on the record. Now, we have and always have had transparent police, and I'll say our police chiefs. We fought very hard in 1990 to get the former police chief Joseph E. Thomas, very transparent. We also fought very hard to get former Chief Eric Hawkins, very transparent. And now we have another transparent chief, and that's Chief Elvin Barron. Now, when someone keeps coming up giving the same old rhetoric and the same old story, you have to ask yourself, what's behind all of this? Now, when this person was harassing me, a resident gave me some information I didn't know about. I don't know the young lady. I don't know the dude. I don't know anything. If someone keeps trying to file lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, you have to ask yourself why. So now they said that this situation for 8 years hasn't been resolved. I want to ask a question. The state issue that said a person was convicted and found guilty of mortgage fraud, knowingly committed mortgage fraud, and the state found that person guilty and assessed a fine of almost $15,000. Is that situation resolved? And I'm going to leave that there for you to marinate that.
Thank you. We had a lot of speakers this evening. We're not going to address, we're going to try to address some of the questions that were raised that we can. There were a lot of speakers about Kroger. We will be addressing that later on in our agenda when we speak about Kroger and their proposed gas station. We had a speaker who had a question about what the city is doing with a swimming pool. The council is working tirelessly to find a solution for the city pool. We have had subcommittees go around to the different areas, different cities, to see what best practices are out there, what works for cities, and we are trying to figure out what can work and be sustained in the city of Southfield. We hope to have another discussion with that in the council in the next couple months, trying to move forward with that as well. We did have a speaker who addressed some questions to our city administrator about sewer lines and some lawsuits. That will have to be researched and an answer provided at another time. I believe that we addressed the speaker who had the complaint with the Southfield Police Department. With that, we will continue moving because I know there's many people here who.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Did you want to address the school issue? Or no? Just that
The-
we're going to, did you want to say anything?
So we did have the speaker, the rabbi from, who came to speak. He came to thank the city. There was an issue. For those who don't know the background, as the Southfield School District goes through their remodeling, the rabbi mentioned that there was some access that they've used for many years to get to and from the synagogue through the school property. During construction, it was closed off, and we worked with the synagogue and with our Parks and Rec Department in our efforts to build the dog park and the passive park, that we hurried to, before the winter months, to give them a path as part of the proposed plan. There was one to the synagogue, one to the school, and as part of the dog park as well. And they came because they were grateful. We continue to have dialogue with the school district to figure out if there is a proposed solution long-term after their construction is completed, but they were just thankful that the city put in the path for the park earlier in the schedule than originally anticipated. Did I cover everything, Council? Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, we have 3 sets of minutes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we approve the minutes, regular minutes for February 5th, 2024, Committee of the Whole, February 12th, 2024, and another set of regular minutes for March 4th, 2024.
Support. It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve the minutes of February 5th, February 12th, and March 4th. Are there any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is our consent agenda. These items are considered routine, non-controversial, or have previously been discussed. Does any council member have an item they wish pulled for further discussion? Okay. I'll take a motion if we have one.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve consent agenda item A, the 2025 council meeting schedule, B, authorization to repair the Faro Focus Premium System, C, Southfield Police Department Traffic Improvement Association grant, D, authorization to purchase new structural firefighting turnout gear and boots, E, receipt of bids on printing the 2024 Annual Report 2025 calendar for the Community Relations Department, F, authorization to purchase and install welcome banners for the Henry Ford Health System on the 9-mile right-of-way, G, authorization to purchase a skid steer for Streets and Highways Division, H, authorization to seek 2024-25 DTE Energy Foundation tree planting grant, and finally, I, authorization to seek 2024-25 DIA Partners in Public Art Grant.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve consent agenda items A through I as presented. Council, any questions? All those in, you have a question, sir?
Just more of a statement. The Lions are going to the Super Bowl, and you all scheduled a meeting the day after the Super Bowl, so I'm going to be absent on that next day, just saying.
Okay.
Where's it at?
New Orleans.
All right. So again, we have a motion by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I do want to point out, one of the items we just approved is new structural firefighting turnout gear and boots. This is an item that is costing, that the items that we're buying for our fire department is almost $182,000, but the city received a grant, and the cost to the city is only 54 cents. So I just want to thank our fire department for finding this grant and getting this grant, because we will gladly pay 54 cents to get $182,000 worth of gear. So,
Thank you.
all right. Next, we're moving into the public hearings and site plans. Our first item is A, an economic development initiative for a PA 210 for 29410 Northwestern Highway.
Good evening, Honorable Council President, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Board. Today, we've received a request from Ray Caco, Inc., which is also known as Baco Restaurante at 29410 Northwestern Highway. As you've heard in the past, they've come before City Council. They are in the process of rebuilding their structure, and Chef Luciano Del Signore is here, along with his business associate, Nicole, also with an Italian name, Dante. And we have a quick presentation, after which we'd like to hold a public hearing to request the establishment of a PA 210 district. They are not at this time requesting to put their project in the district. They'll come back in 2025 to do that. In order for this development to go forward, they are requesting assistance in a form of a couple of different incentives from the city of Southfield. So we'll go over that and the timing. And so I guess we'll start the presentation. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, Luciano Del Signore and Nicole Intocli here. I have come before you about this project as we were doing a redevelopment and a renovation of our building, And as we got further down the road, we realized it would probably be better to just take the building down and build a brand-new structure, as the stick building that's sitting there today has, it's come under scrutiny by my insurance companies not wanting to insure it as a stick building for what we're trying to build. So we're going to build something new, and hence the reason for the PA 210 and the incentives we're looking for.
We do have, I think everyone's familiar with Baco, so I don't know if we want to go into more detail, but we are excited about keeping them in the city of Southfield. And Nicole, would you like to talk about your project?
Okay. So we're looking to develop an Italian chop house on the property with an element of a smoking club attached to it. And it has some retail and some office space above. And we're looking to redo the entire property with a brand-new layout, parking lot, and landscaping. It's quite beautiful what we've come up with.
Absolutely. And so this is over a $15 million investment in the city of Southfield. Again, in order to tap into the different incentives that we are proposing, the first would be to establish the district, and if the city council so should approve this district, their plan is to come back after the property is demolished to help them take advantage of a lower value of the property, and then they can take advantage of the PA 210 incentives as well as brownfield redevelopment, which we are planning on having a brownfield meeting on Wednesday to discuss this project and come back to City Council for that assistance as well. This is a huge endeavor. They were looking initially at just modifying the existing structure, and in order to keep them in the community, the incentives are really a big motivator to keep this restaurant in our community, and we thought that was important. Absolutely.
First of all, thank you for having us here. We're excited to be in Southfield. The original budget for the project was $6 million, and as we have continued on with engineering, architects, and business development, we've seen as much as $20 million, which is way beyond the budget that we can rebuild on. The building is at a point where it's functionally obsolete, and so we're really looking for some help from the city. There are other cities as well giving some incentives and abatements, but Chef Luciano has been devoted to the city and to the people and the community of the city. We also believe that this is a major intersection and interchange, not just for the city of Southfield, but to bring people to a destination and a lifestyle experience. It's going to be here for hopefully another 50 years. Chef Luciano's establishment was here for almost a quarter of a century, and due to some issues, obviously, that resulted from COVID and businesses closing down and employees and staff working from homes instead of offices, the establishment started to lose quite a bit of money in the operation. So we're looking to reinvent a new destination and lifestyle experience to attract people from, not just from the state and from the community, but also from the entire country as they come in and fly in for meetings. So hopefully that's helpful to understand some of the project.
And again, this is just simply tonight to establish the district, and they will come back to us to request a project in the district. So, you know, if you don't have any questions or if you'd like to hold a public hearing, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now have a public hearing for the establishment of a commercial rehabilitation district under the Public Act 210 of 2005 for 29410 Northwestern Highway. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037. 248-0155. My telephone number is still 248-346-0439. I remember years ago, and I'm talking years ago, that very spot where Baco's restaurant was located, there was another restaurant there called Di Modesta, and it was owned by the chef Manuel. And I was a frequent diner there. I loved the place. His food was excellent. The ambiance was excellent. And then when he closed up, I didn't know what we would get there. I wasn't sure about the name Baco, the concept. Well, we started going to Baco. The food was excellent. The ambiance was great. Sometimes the parking was an issue, but it was a good thing because it showed you just how many people wanted to dine at Baco. Every day of the week, it would not be uncommon to see what you call the who's who in southeastern Michigan. After I married my husband, we used to see Mel Farr there like 2 to 4 days a week. Attorney Jeffrey Feiger, and a lot of other people of that caliber, they frequent at Baco. But I don't know if this chef is gonna remember an awesome waiter there named Michael. And Michael was just so amazing that he could pour water like this from a distance and not splash it on the glass, on the table, and he trained his sister, and both of them were waiters there. Just the epitome of excellence, great food, ambiance, and normally I'm not in favor of a tax abatement or a brownfield, but for this particular instance, I would have no choice but to support it. The infrastructure and that little strip mall there, it's outdated. There's like a wall, and the health club is next to it, and it dips down. That's showing some signs of aging. And if giving them a brownfield is going to allow them the time, the space, the money to make a very nice restaurant and continue either the Baco theme or something better, I would definitely be in favor of it. Do you know Michael, the waiter?
Please address the
Yeah.
council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your time
Okay.
is up. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this public hearing? All right, public hearing is closed. Council, do you have any questions for the petitioner? Councilman Brightwell?
I'm definitely in favor of this. Baco's, since I've been in Southfield for quite a while, it's been a destination restaurant. And obviously, in reading the news, periodically, it would tell me of the nationally famous people who are in Oakland County. They would be eating there. But I do have a question. You indicated you have some EVs. Public use, approximately how many EVs you plan to have at that spot?
At this time, I think they're still going through their site plan process. So I think that's under
Okay, no, I just saw it.
consideration.
Yeah, I saw it advertised. It generated the interest. But either way, I think it's Baco is a valuable institution here in the city of Southfield. Okay.
All right, Councilman Haynes?
I just wanted to say thank you for returning. I kept trying to explain to a couple of my friends that you were not going away totally, and this is a proof. Thank you.
Council, any other questions? Okay. We just need a motion.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve and establish a commercial rehab district under Public Act 210 of 2005 as amended for the property located at 29510 Northwestern Highway for Raikeko
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve the Commercial Rehabilitation District at 29410 Northwestern Highway. Any other questions for discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is another special land use, PSLU 24-0019, a special use request by L Car Wash to remove the existing building and construct a new conveyor-type motor vehicle wash at 28810 through 28844 Northwestern Highway. And I believe Councilman Hicks would tell you this is the Super Bowl Champion Lions official sponsor. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
We keep winning every time we come back. So just going on the record and saying that. So.
All right. So you want to take us?
I'll do a brief introduction.
All right.
I know we had them here before for an earlier discussion and then at our study session, but just to introduce this PSLU 24-0019. Petitioner is L Car Wash. Property is located at 28810 to 28844 Northwestern Highway. Existing zoning is B3 General Business. Proposed to demolish several existing commercial buildings and permit construction of a new conveyor-type motor vehicle wash. Hours of operation 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Maximum number of employees at a typical shift is 3. We've already talked about zoning and future land use is consistent, some existing conditions. Site plan, which has better flow, it reduces the cut-through traffic that's currently happening on the site. Floor plan. And then really these are the renderings that kind of show the proposed development, story and a half, circulation pattern, landscaping on the site, and art located there on the peninsula. And then with that, I know they've been working with the city through the Planning Commission and Council for a good part of this year. They have acquired additional parcels to make the flow better and to address some of the potential waivers at the time. So with that, I'll turn it over to the petitioner. If they want to make any comments, we do need to hold a public hearing, and they'll be happy to answer any questions that council may have afterwards.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here again. One of the questions last time was regarding the sculpture for Lois Teschler. We've been in touch with her. I believe that's moving forward. We're beyond excited about it.
Thank you. That was certainly my question. As the Art Commission had picked a piece from a local artist. And of course, it's your decision.
We're excited about it, and I want to say, based upon what we started here in the city of Southfield, we're starting to incorporate this on all of our projects. So we presented in the city of Troy last week, and we're incorporating some street art there as well. So it's a great idea, and we're excited to be adding more great street art to all the whole Metro Detroit community. But outside of that, excited to be here tonight and happy to answer any questions you may have. So thank you.
All right. So we will hold the public hearing and have questions after that. This is a public hearing for PSLU 24-0019, a special use request by L Car Wash to remove the existing buildings and build and construct a new conveyor-type motor vehicle wash on Northwestern Highway and 12 Mile. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Ready? Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. My telephone number is still 248-346-0439. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but anytime a new business is coming to the city of Southfield or reestablishing a business in Southfield where they're going to be remodeling or doing other restorative type of work, My concern is to always ask, will the business be LEED certified? And if so, what number? 2, 3, 4, 1? So I think I may have missed it in the presentation. I would like to ask the petitioner through the chair if the business is going to be constructed in such a way where it's LEED certified, energy efficient. And that's my main concern. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this special use request for the car wash? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Like, if the petitioner can answer that question about any type of LEED certification, and then we'll take questions from the council.
I asked our operations person, and they haven't responded to me yet, so I don't know that answer.
So that certification is more of an architectural internal design. He's not with us tonight, but it is a very green development. Like we said before, the reverse osmosis tanks that we are installing allows up to 90% of the water used for each car to be reused into the next cycle. And everything, all the equipment are state-of-the-art, high efficiency. Same with, you know, the light fixtures that we're providing. They're all dark sky compliant, downlit, and high efficiency LEDs. Along with that, we're actually increasing the amount of green space within the site by around 11 to 10,000 square feet.
Okay. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, I brought it the last time also. Based on the presentations I've been exposed to, I think you indicated, it has been indicated to me, this would be like a regional and a national showcase for the car wash. Is that correct?
Yep, this will be our flagship location.
Okay. With that, that means that there will be some collateral business and/or addition to Southfield revenue from a standpoint, if it's an attraction, you will attract other businesses and/or people who are interested in looking at your shop there. So.
Exactly. I think just, you know, we're making a significant investment outside of the land acquisition cost, the building cost. This project will be well north of $10 million when it's all said and done. And I think making that investment on this corner is going to spur additional investment. So this corridor is prime for development. It's one of the greatest corridors in Metro Detroit, and we're excited to really kickstart what 12 and Northwestern really should be.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
we still have other questions.
Oh, okay, good.
We can come back to you. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to, you keep getting this, tweaking this. I think it keeps getting better. When you look at that corner, it's tired. Some of the buildings are, I'm sure, obsolete. So I think you've come up with a great plan, and I hope the council will support you because it's a new look for a strategic intersection in our city. So thank you for that investment.
Thank you for having us.
I also, I think one of the nuances is that as cars exit, there's no one drying them off because it's all done internally, and you have a heated exit driveway, especially for the winter, so there's no ice buildup as well. Is that correct?
Correct. It's heated concrete, so the entire parking lot's concrete and it's heated underneath as well. So it's the entire parking lot's heated.
The stacking lane from the entrance all the way to the exit and right before leaving the site will be heated concrete.
All right, excellent. And we're glad that you took out a lot of the curb cuts as well.
Yeah, there's actually 9 existing, I believe, and we're, you know, compiling them all up, closing them down, and we're only proposing 2.
Excellent. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, well, I just want to put forward the proposal that we approve special use request for the car wash.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve PSLU 24-0019, a special use request by El Car Wash, as presented. Any other questions, council? All those in, yes, Mr. Kirk.
I just want to clarify that when the motion's made, it's subject to the recommended resolution that has all these conditions on it. And I was just going to point out that it's subject to 3 parcels being combined into a single parcel. And then hours of operation, because this is a special land use, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. I just wanted to go on the record. Didn't mean to interrupt the motion.
Oh, no, you're fine. Okay. So
Okay.
again, we have the motion by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve PSLU 24-0009 with the recommended resolution from the Planning Department. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Our next item is PSLU 24-0017, special use request by Attitude Wellness, doing business as Loom, to amend the conditions of the approval to stay open until 9 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays.
So through the chair, as you may recall, council amended the zoning ordinance to allow for expanded hours of operation until 9 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Previously, it was 6 p.m. So they were previously approved under the old hours of operation. They've gone through the special land use process, through the planning commission with the recommendation to extend the hours. If you want further review of the existing conditions, we'd be happy to do it, but the essence is special land use approval for the extended hours of operation.
I think we can go into the public hearing. So we'll have a public hearing now. This is PSLU 24-0017. Again, a special use request by Loom to permit their existing provisioning an adult use marijuana retailer at 26760 Lasser Road to stay open until 9 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record. If you want to have a seat, we'll have speak after.
Once again, Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is still 248-346-0439. I don't know why it would ever be a problem to allow a business to stay open at a decent hour to accommodate the customers. All these things that we are forced to do, like with Kroger, if you give it, then we'll do it. They're not asking for anything other than just to extend their hours to accommodate the people that are not able to get there earlier during the day. I think it's a very humble request, and I think this council should consider extending the hours. And that's really all I have to say about that. We say that we support small business owners. Let's show that. Thank you.
Earl Grum, 27126 Pierce, Southfield, Michigan. As always, the facilities that are open at 9 o'clock, the users should go to them. I disapprove of extended hours. Thank you.
All right. Last call for PSLU 24-0017. All right, the public hearing is now closed. Mr. Crode?
I do have a recommended resolution for you to consider. I do want to point out that we've changed the conditions to the hours of operation are per the ordinance requirements, so that if they change again, they wouldn't have to necessarily come back. That was just an item that we, moving forward, we refer to the ordinance as hours as opposed to having each individual come back multiple times.
Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so instead of, in the past, we specified that it was open from 9 to 6, and then the ordinance was changed to allow for up to 9 p.m. So our conditions are that Loom Cannabis hours of operation are per the ordinance requirements of section 5.22-8, which allows up to 9 p.m. on weekends.
So instead of a specific time frame, they have to commit to the time frames within the ordinance.
That's correct.
So the ordinance is going to be to 9 p.m.
The ordinance is already, you already approved the ordinance amendment to 9 p.m. previously.
Okay.
Does council understand okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Council, you have any questions for the petitioner? Councilman Banks?
This is to our planner. If they, example, like on a Sunday, don't want to stay open until 9 o'clock, they do not have to. They can
That's correct.
close at 8 o'clock if they so choose.
That's correct. They have the option to close earlier.
Or they close earlier.
But they can't stay open later than the hours that are defined in the ordinance.
In the ordinance. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Councilman Banks? Brightwell?
No, but I don't have a question per se. But I just had a comment from the standpoint that we are Southfield. We historically we've been fair in to our businesses, small businesses, and this will obviously help you stay competitive with our surrounding community. So with that, I just want to put forward that I'm supportive of this special land use request. And I move that we approve the PSLU 24-0017, the special land use request as presented with the resolution that the planner mentioned.
Support.
We have a motion by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Hoag, to approve PSLU 24-0017 as presented with the recommendation from the city planner. Any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
That is 5 yes and 1 nay. Correct?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Our next special land use is PSLU 24-0018, Dreams Canna, located at 28930 Telegraph Road. Existing zoning is B3 General Business. They also would like to amend their conditions of special land use approval, PSLU 23-004, to extend their hours of operation to 9 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. And again, similar request that their previous special land use was granted prior to the council updating the ordinance. Hours of operation allowed. With that, I'll turn it over to the petitioner if you have anything to add.
Not really. Just thank you for all your support.
Do you have anything to add?
No, we just want to be able to better serve our hardworking Southfield residents, and if they can't come to our store later on the weekends, they have to go to another city, which every other city is open till at least 9 on the weekend. So we just want to stay competitive and keep our Southfield residents happy.
Okay, Thank you. We will have a public hearing. This is a public hearing for PSLU 24-0018, special use request of Dreams to amend their hours of their provisioning center and adult use marijuana retailer at 28930 Telegraph Road to stay open until 9 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Please give your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pamela Juro, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I've basically already said it. You know, we talk about having everything that the residents and taxpayers in our community desire and that's good for the community. You know, a lot of people didn't want to see this facility come, but I remembered when they opened up and I went on the tour, I wanted to see what a place like this would be like. And number one, it's beautiful. It was a gas station there at one time. The building is absolutely incredible. All the precautions they took as far as containing the smell, the security aspect, asking for your license, having the appropriate things locked up. I was just absolutely impressed. And the couple that owns it, I go way back to 1983 with his father when I first came to the city of Southfield. They have been pillars in this community, supporting this community and all of the different events and initiatives that different organizations has come to his dad and now him and his wife asking for community support and donations. That to me is an example of a good corporate citizen, never asking for a tax abatement just because you can get it. I think it's beautiful. And a lot of people don't really know what it is. I think they're just so caught up in the name Dreams, the beautiful building, the great landscape, and the fact that it's easy in, easy out. So why should they have to go someplace that's not registered and licensed with the state of Michigan, going to someone's house, trying to get it, and going in an area where necessarily they would not feel safe? So I'm in favor of extending the hours, and that's all I have to say about that.
Earl Crum, 27126 Pierce Street, Southfield, Michigan. Again, different businesses have variations of hours. All businesses do not close at 9 o'clock. Some businesses close early, some close later. The products that those businesses close early, individuals have to go to other stores to buy them. The same thing should apply to marijuana. If they have 6 o'clock closing hours, they should remain that way. Maybe they have already been approved, and my voice of opinion does not matter. But it matters to me because I disapprove of extended hours. If users want marijuana, they should go to the stores that are already open. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak for PSLU 24-0018? All right, seeing none, public hearing is closed. Council, did you have any questions for the petitioners? Councilman Brightwell?
Yes. Obviously, this also will be to your competitive advantage, so you will maintain competition with your competitors in the region.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And I just want to add my editorial to this. Before you open, we had the opportunity to take a tour, and one of the tools that I used when I was in management, one of those old line management tools was management by wandering around. And I used that. And so being a councilman, I kind of make sure I wander around and I take a look at various things that are being proposed. And I was thoroughly impressed with the upkeep of your facility. And it reminded me, years ago, I had to take a trip to, on business anyway, to Central City, and that's where Rodeo Drive is located in California. And your shop literally reminded me of a couple of those stores I would see on Rodeo Drive. So I'm thoroughly impressed. I don't use your product, but I didn't have to be high to like what you look like there. You know, you have a very sharp store. So with that, Mr. Chair, if it's the opportune time, I would like to just say I move that we approve the special use request.
We still have some people who want to speak.
Okay,
so-
fine.
All right, Councilwoman Haynes.
Yes. My main concern is the security. And with an establishment like that being open and extending the hours, I would like to make sure that I know you have security. I've been in the place and I've seen it just as well. I think that it's very, very important, especially when you extend the hours and in the location that you are, which is a prominent location, that we have a guaranteed of security for
Yes.
that. You know, can you speak
Yeah,
to
we
that?
will
Because
continue
that's
our
important.
armed security for any hours we're open. So we hire a contracted company, and they're on our site half hour before my staff gets there, and they stay a half hour after my staff leaves to secure the building.
So you have
we
outside
guarantee
security as
will be-
well?
Right.
Yes.
And cameras everywhere.
Yeah, and 64
Right, but you have
cameras.
physical.
Physical and armed security guard, a contracted third party. So yes, we do.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, council? Now, I want to just quickly piggyback off something that was mentioned by one of the speakers as well as our Councilman Brightwell. You know, other stores don't always have to come back to the city to change their hours. If they want to change their hours, they can. This is an unusual exception, situation that the city has made, so we can control these types of establishments in making sure that they are living up to the Southfield standard, because some of them can be controversial. And, you know, there was a comment that, you know, they could go somewhere else, and that's true. We'd like to provide opportunities for our Southfield businesses. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to meet a veteran. He was a tank gunnery, I believe, for about 10 years. And he has a lot of situations. And unfortunately, what these businesses sell really help with his issues. He's trying to start a small business. As a vet, it's difficult because he has anxiety and other type of medical issues. And after a long day, rather than have to drive to another city, if there's a place that's closer by where he lives in Southfield, it makes it more convenient and easier for him. So there are pros and cons to these situations, and, you know, as I mentioned, we do want to help the Southfield businesses. We want to help our Southfield residents who utilize these as, sometimes that's how they make it through the day, or we want to make sure that we have what our Southfield residents need. And again, the hours are changed, they have to come to us so we can monitor the businesses more closely, unlike other stores that can just change their hours on a whim. Mr. Crode.
Yeah, I just want to remind the council and the audience that there's a 21-point security plan that is reviewed and approved by our city police department, and their cameras are tied into the police department. So we routinely ask the police chief to provide reports, and there's no There's been no major incidents at this location. If it's been targeted, it has to do with traffic issues adjacent to.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman Brightwell?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve PSLU 24-0018, the special use request by HTP Telegraph LLC, doing business as Dreams, as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Hoag, to approve PSLU 24-0018 as presented. Any further questions, council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed, motion passes 5-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next is a PCZR 24-0003 to conditionally rezone 1.3 acres of land on Telegraph Road from I-1 Industrial to B3 General Business.
Thank you, through the chair. PC ZR 24-0003 and PSLU 24-0016 will be introduced at the same time. Petitioner is Ned Haycom. Address is located at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road on the southwest corner of 9 Mile and Telegraph. Existing zoning is I-1 Industrial. Proposed zoning is B3 General Business. To conditionally rezone the parcel to B3 General Business to allow the construction of a new gas station, C-store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant. Hours of operation, gas station, C-store, 24 hours a day. Food service daily, 5:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Alcohol sales are regulated by the state of Michigan. Maximum per shift, 6 employees. There's an existing gas station on the site. They have purchased the vacant bank and increased the overall acreage on the property. These are the current zoning uses permitted and allowed by special land use in the existing I-1 industrial use. Now, since it's a conditional zoning, they've agreed to eliminate some of the more noxious types of uses. Since the Planning Commission recommendation, they've agreed to remove restaurants with indoor dining as part of their proposal. This is a map that we generally show, showing other liquor stores and licenses within approximately half a mile to a mile radius. Site aerial, existing conditions is a Marathon gas station and a vacant bank. And then this is the proposed new site plan layout for the new C-store with the drive-through and expanded gas stations. They do have a small second floor penthouse for their offices. And then here are the landscape plan with some outdoor seating, an EV charging station, upgraded barrier-free spaces, as well as a fountain art feature. Elevations of the new building. And then these are renderings. So with that, I'd like to invite the petitioner to come up and make any additional comments that you may have.
Good evening, council members. I'm Brian Biskiner from the Umlar Group, representing Ned Hakeem and the project. And Terry went through everything very, very well, and we've obviously seen you once before. The only thing I'd like to mention is the upgraded bus stop as part of, and bike rack as part of the kind of somewhat of the public benefit. But we're here to answer any questions that you have.
Good evening.
So do you have anything to add?
Ned Hakeem.
Okay, so we'll have a public hearing for this conditional rezoning and see what questions come up. This is PCZR 24-0003 to rezone 1.3 acres of land at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Gulal Aradi. I'm the current tenant that I was here with my attorney earlier. I believe that was the site that he was referring to. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on PC ZR24-0003?
Is this the same, Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. Is this the same 9 Mile and Telegraph location? 22575 and then 22599 Telegraph?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, there's always talk within the community. And the word on the street is that this conditional rezoning is to allow a gas station, Sheetz, to come into our city. The reason why I think the word on the street is true because Sheetz prides themselves on having a drive-through. To me, that's a telltale sign. Now, the gentleman that just came up here, if he had a 10-year lease and he's still within his lease, what is the motivation for a conditional rezoning when he's already in this gas station and he has several years to go on his lease? You know, we have to stop allowing these big box organizations from coming into our city with one goal in mind, and that's to put the small ma and pa business out of business. We keep saying that we favor that in our community, but it seems like sometimes the goal is we just want economic development, any economic development. And I go back to what one of the premier planners said when we purchased Northland. Robert Gibbs, he said just because an area is zoned for a particular business, you do not have to allow a business that would be considered hodgepodge and not go with the other character of the neighborhood. And I'm hoping that we remember that. And shout out to our city administrator and to our mayor for holding out on the Northland project.
Please stick to the public hearing.
Well, I'm just giving them a shout out to say that they held out for the right type of business, and we have to be brave enough to hold out for the right type of businesses in these communities. And we have areas where these businesses would be more conducive, like the 8 Mile corridor. So you gotta think about the guy that's currently in the gas station now, the tenant. And don't let Sheetz come over here and take control of our community, or the Kroger gas station in the parking lot.
Time is up.
Earl Brown, 27126 Pierce. If the individual, I agree with Pamela, if the individual already have a lease on the land, why would zoning be changed at this time before its lease is up? The individual who has the lease now should be allowed to use his lease out, and then other plan should be conducted. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to PCZR 24-0003? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. I'd like to ask the petitioner to come up. Can you address some of the questions that were raised, and then we'll take questions from the council?
Ned will address the gentleman that was here.
Mr. Chairman, councilmen, council ladies, none of this is true. We have nothing to do with sheets whatsoever.
Speak into the microphone.
Nothing to do with sheets whatsoever. Our store has been there for 40 years, across the street from this gas station. We have beer and liquor and wine there. We have chicken place, we have Subway, we have another gas station next door. We will never allow Sheetz to take over their period. They were offered us. We said no. We cannot afford it having Sheetz there with the same, having liquor and beer and wine and sales in front of us. Besides, we already have approval for, our gas station only, not them, nothing to do with them. And the tenant have no lease whatsoever. He forged our lease. It's forged. And the matter is in the court anyway, for eviction.
So there is no lease?
There's no lease, sir. Chairman.
Okay. Councilwoman Hoag?
Thank you for your comments regarding Sheetz, because it has been circulating, the rumor mill, and we can only take your word, but I would hope that for as long as you've been in this community, that your word stands true, because as you know, the residents in that area, that includes myself, are very committed to your store, been there for years. And so it wouldn't be fair to our residents if a Sheetz were to come in and we have not brought that before our residents, because that's a major impact to the community, and it's just not enough space there. So we can only take your word here, and so I pray that your word is good and just, that you're saying there is no Sheetz, because again, that is floating the streets very heavy. Secondly, you indicated that there isn't a lease with the gentleman that came before us.
That is correct.
So, do you know why they would think that they have a lease?
They forged a lease and they presented it to our attorneys, and they forged my signature too. Now we are in court with, Judge Sheila Johnson, and we are proceeding with the eviction. There is no lease. We never give them a lease. They were month to month since 2015.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. I'd like to remind the audience, if any there's talking outside, if you're going to talk to your friend or neighbor, please go outside, and to also silence your cell phones. Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. Mr. Hakeem, thank you for being in the city of Southfield for
45
40-some
years.
You and your family. Do you presently own this property, except for the bank?
That's correct.
And
Both of them.
how long have you owned the property?
Well, the gas station, we owned it since 2000.
Since
2005.
2005.
When Speed was sold it, yes.
And then when did you lease the gas station to the gentleman that was here earlier about?
But 10 years, we were operating ourselves, we were operating the
Yes.
station ourselves. Then we decided to lease it. I think 10 years after that, maybe 2015, something like that.
2015. So if anything, they've been there almost 10 years.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And you're saying you've never had an agreement with them? It's just
There
been on
was
a
no-
month-to-month
There was a
basis?
lease initially, and the lease expired, and we never renewed it.
Oh, the lease expired?
That
and
is
you never
correct.
renewed.
It went month to month?
But month to month. They stayed, we left it month to month since 2019, I think so, yeah.
And like my colleague said, the rumor on the street, and all of us are getting phone calls on it, is that you are working with Sheetz, and I hope you are true to your word. I think you are.
Mrs. Banks, no such thing at all, absolutely not. Whoever is telling you that, it is not true whatsoever. I can't. How am I going to sell it to them or have them operating across the street from me?
Right.
They'll kill us.
Right, and then I also want to say thank you for adding that there will be no indoor seating for a restaurant,
That is correct.
That was one of the conditions, so thank you very much for adding that. I
No problem.
appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilman Haynes?
Okay, I have a couple of questions for you. So you have a tenant in there that you said he's been month to month for how many years?
I believe since 2015, something like that.
For
We just
15
never
years?
renewed the lease.
For 15 years or?
Yeah, we never renewed it. We left him month to month.
So he's not a good tenant?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
He's never been a good tenant?
It's basic tenant. I mean, he was paying the rent. We paying the taxes, we paying the insurances, everything else. No, we don't know.
So he's been a
We
good
already
tenant?
know for him 100 times that we are in the process of demoing this building, period.
Okay, so if that tenant leaves there
He
and
knew
he's been,
about it, he knows about it, that we are, this building is then confirming. There's a lot of problem with this, the tanks and stuff, so
okay, so
it's
you're
just,
gonna tear the building down?
we are gonna
and
tear it
rebuild a new
down as soon
building.
as soon as we get the approval.
Okay, hold on. You're gonna tear the building down, get a new tenant.
No, ma'am, we are operating.
You gonna be the tenant?
Oh, we are operating.
You gonna run the day-to-day?
We will operate the gas, we have several gas stations. We
Oh,
will
so when I
operate the
come
gas
there-
station.
so if I come
we will
there, I'll
operate the
see you behind the
restaurants,
glass?
We'll operate the drive-through.
So you're gonna be the new tenant, you're gonna be the person operating?
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, you said Sheets came to you?
I'm sorry?
You said Sheets came to you?
In the beginning, yes, they did.
Oh, when was the beginning of this
They
year?
offered us a lot of money, said, no, we can't.
Or was it this year?
Last year.
Okay, last year. So if they came to you last year and offered a lot of money, and
We
you're trying
can't
to...
sell it to them, we can't.
I'm just
We
curious.
cannot.
Why did you turn them down?
We can't, because we have the store across the street, we have the business across the street. We have the beer and liquor and wine and Subways and chicken places and another restaurant and the other gas station across the street. We own the other gas station next door too.
Okay, so what's the guarantee you won't sell it to somebody else and you release yourself from that and then they come and they have to do that?
Where at?
I mean, you own it, so you can resell it to, you can say to us that you don't want to.
They can't, this is
Right.
not enough for them.
No, what I'm saying is, you can say, I don't want to sell it to nobody, I mean, I don't want to sell to, buy it from Sheets or whatever. But you sell it to Jim, who goes and Jim does it, and that releases you from the responsibility of your hands being anything in there.
Their design is totally different than what we are proposing now. Totally different. They need bigger space. They need more acreage. It's not. We can't. We're not going to do that. This is
Okay,
it's
I
my
just-
word there. You know.
And if I may, this is a conditional rezoning. The architecture presented, and I believe Sheets has restaurants with indoor dining. I've never been to a Sheets. I believe that's the case, but a Sheets has not been presented here. If a Sheets had been presented, I believe we'd be having very different conversations. But I believe the conditional rezoning kind of holds us to what we've presented to you as the business.
But I can still ask questions.
Oh, sure, I'm just trying to say, I believe that the conditional rezoning has some, kind of holds Ned to what he's
Right, but
presented.
he can sell it to them and they can come back and ask for some additional rezoning, right?
Well, through the chair, they would have to come back and amend the conditional zoning and amend the special land use.
And
So
that's not a,
they're, I mean, just like any.
right, like anybody. So that's the question why I'm
But-
asking.
But there are protections in this approval that says no restaurants with indoor dining. The special land use is contingent upon the drawings and the elevations that they have provided. I'm familiar with the Sheets layout and building design. It looks nothing like what Sheets is proposing. And as I've said before, we have been contacted by numerous brokers and other representatives of Sheets, and they're not looking at this location. So I hate, as I said, it's tough to legislate on rumors. I think Mr. Hakem stated it was going to be a Shell station. Mr. Hakem?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes. Shell. It's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I respect the questions
Right.
you're asking. I'm just saying that we crafted this conditional zoning to eliminate these types of uses, one of which is restaurants with indoor dining, which Sheets is a major part of their brand. The other is a special land use is subject to the design and, of the elevation, the buildings and material that doesn't look anywhere like the prototype. Major corporations have a certain look.
Right.
They don't want to deviate from that.
Okay.
So
I
those are
understand.
some of the protections that are built into
Right.
these approvals that you're considering.
Okay, I understand that, but I do also know that major places like Meyer, they have downsized to Marketplace and done different things in different areas.
That's right.
So that could very well be the case here, too. We don't know that. And I think as a council person, me sitting here, I didn't say anything about a rumor. I asked questions. And my questions were because I have people that ask questions of me, and I'd like to ask you so you can go on record to verify and to say the truth of what you're doing, because your word should be your bond. In this community, we want to represent the people and ask the questions that they can't sit here and ask. And I ask you because I don't know you, and I want to know what you're doing in this community and how it's going to affect our residents. And we are very serious about that.
We will never sell it to Sheets, period.
Do you have any intentions of selling it to anybody else?
I'm sorry?
Anybody else?
We can sell it to anybody else with no Sheets.
Yes, it's a yes or no?
We
Okay.
can
just-
if you want to,
all
but we
right.
can operate ourselves.
That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell?
I think my question's been answered, but I'm just asking her. I'm just going to ask a bare bone question, very bare bone, basic. Why are you doing this? Why are you, what's the baseline? Why are you doing this? Just to better your business or to upgrade your business, to get a better, what's the basic bare bones reason for doing this?
Mr. Brightwell, we are in the gas station business. We own gas stations now. This is our gas station across the street. We need to update it, remodel it, and put a new
Okay.
gas station there, that's all.
Okay, all right, so you're just upgrading to kind of ensure your existence. Okay, fine, that's fine. I just wanted to hear that. So I think you're honest broken. I think you guys, you tell the truth when you speak. So, and I think my questions have been answered. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor?
I look at this very simply. The gas station is tired, the existing gas station never looked great. You got an empty bank building next door that's been empty. So we're fixing a corner up with something new. And there's no indoor seating, which is part of the competition's model. It's simple.
Councilman Hoag?
I was going to say this even before the mayor spoke, but I must say one thing, rumors can become reality. Let's not try to discount rumors. Secondly, as my colleague stated, corporations do modify their blueprint to downsize. I mean, you've seen, as she stated, different Krogers, different Myers, to fit the location that they're going in. So I think our concerns are valid, because if Sheets were to modify their blueprint to fit that corner, it wouldn't come to us if they were to take out the restaurants or whatever. So our concerns are valid because we answer to the residents. And as I stated before, I take your word, that's all I have, but we're the ones that will receive that backlash if Sheets come in there and then there's been no communication with the residents. So I hear what you're saying, and I hear the mayor, I understand what he's saying. Yes, that corner needs help. A lot of corners needs help in this city, but it needs to be the right project, and what you presented to us is the right project. But we're just trying to ensure that what we're hearing in the streets, because it could be reality, just doesn't happen and it's out of our control. Because again, we do know for a fact that corporations do change their blueprint, their signature plate, if you will, to fit where they want to be, because this is a great area to be for most businesses. So I just don't want to discount our concerns as if, we're being difficult here, but I support what's presented here, but I won't ignore also the rumors that we hear, because sometimes rumors become true. Thank you.
Councilman Haynes?
So, if it's not such a big deal, we always have line restrictions, why can't we just put that in there? It will never be sold to Sheets.
Be my guest. We're not gonna sell to Sheets. We're not gonna
I
give
just
this
asked a
business to
question.
Sheets.
I just asked a question.
Well, through the chair, and I'll defer to the city attorney, we can't, it's just like the dollar stores. You can't legislate or regulate on the name.
Okay, that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
So we just, so with this, we're going to take it as it is and take his word as it is, being a person in the community, that he said that he will not sell to Sheets. I just have a problem. I don't understand how you have a tenant for 15 years and you're going to get a new establishment and get rid of that tenant and you're going to be the person there.
Mrs. Hayes, this is what's going on here. This is what's going on here. We will never give a business like this to another company.
Okay.
This is gonna be a big business for us. We were waiting for it for all these years. We waited for the bank to close down. We bought the bank. We want to continue doing this thing here. It's a good, very opportunity for us too. We need it.
All right, so you say you're going to do the day-to-day operations at the place.
100%. We're gonna operate. You're gonna come over next year. You're gonna see us. You're gonna see me there. I'm gonna be operating this business.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm done.
All right, so I want to try and pull this all together. I think we all agree that the corner is tired and it could use a refresh. There's rumors that you may end up selling to Sheets and this will become a Sheets gas station. And even though we're putting in a restriction, there's no indoor dining, which is something that Sheets likes. They could always change their model to fit the market. There was someone who said that you used to run it, then you leased it to someone else, and they ran it, and now you're running it again. After it is, if this were to be approved, you're going to change it from a Marathon gas station to a Shell gas station. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So 2 questions. One is, why would you switch brands?
We have brands like this now in our company. We own gas station with Shell.
But for this location, why would you switch from a Marathon to a Shell?
Shell is a lot better brand. Shell is a lot of better company to deal with, and
Okay, and then why, if you have someone who's doing a month-to-month, and I'm going to make an assumption, I know I shouldn't, that that he's making money, you're making money off the lease, why would you now want to take over the operation after doing this entire rehab?
we are not making money at all. We're losing money every month in that location, big time. We're paying the taxes, we're paying the insurances, we're paying a couple $100 a month.
So the
We don't
lease-
need it. We always waited for this opportunity for the bank to close down, and we buy it, and we develop the whole area.
So you're saying the lease to lease, the month-to-month lease that you have is not covering your expenses for the property?
Oh, no, I'm absolutely not, honestly, not even close.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I could ask, could you give the approximate square footage of the existing gas station and then what you're proposing? I mean, this is a major expansion of an existing gas station to a larger C-store with a drive-through. I mean, you're making a major investment here.
That's correct.
So it's not like they're just taking over the small postage stamp gas station and doing some modifications. This is a tear down of the existing gas station and the bank building, consolidating the lots, and building a substantial C-store with a drive-through as well as the gas station.
Mr. Crow, do you happen to know, probably, I'm going to put you on the spot here. The last few months, we've approved several different changes to gas stations. Some of them did include dining. Did one of them include indoor dining, or were they all just takeout? I
Just based on my recollection, they were all fast food carry-out, takeout type of situations.
Even the one at 13 in Greenfield, because they were expanding their footprint, but that's also takeout, is that?
It's best of my knowledge. Now, we've always encouraged, and in this particular case, have a couple picnic tables outside. If somebody wants to get a coffee, look at their phone, ride their bike, walk there to pick up something. But my best of my recollection, have been no indoor seating. And again, Sheets serves more of a fast casual restaurant. It's more than just grab and go. So these are a different model. And with the long-term trend of gas sales, which now represents less than 50% of the income, that's why we've seen the expansion of the C-store and the addition of these other coffee shops, Subway shops, and so forth for their long-term investment. They also are proposing to put in a couple EV charging stations. That's something we've been looking at. And increasing accessibility, pedestrian accessibility. I think there's a bus stop that's going to be upgraded here, landscaping. This is you know, a great opportunity from the planning side to really clean up a couple parcels that have been tired.
The existing building is, I'm eyeballing it from reduced plans. It looks like it could be 1,800 to 2,000 square feet. And
1,500.
Is it 1,500?
Correct.
Okay, so and the proposed building is 6,500 square feet.
So it's going from 1,500 square feet to 6,500 square feet.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that the request of NEDHACOM, Next Generation Development, LLC, for a conditional rezoning for parcels at 22575 to 22599 Telegraph Road, from I-1 Industrial to B3 General Business, to permit construction of a new gas station, convenience store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant be approved.
And if I could, all the prohibited uses are, because this is a conditioning zoning, is shown on the screen.
To include all the prohibited uses as outlined by the planning department.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PC ZR 24-0003, the conditional rezoning of 1.3 acres at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road from I-1 Industrial to B3 General Business, as presented. Council, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-2.
Thank you so much.
Through the chair, Mr. Hicks, and who was the second?
Councilwoman Haynes.
Haynes, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we introduce ordinance number 1798.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to introduce ordinance number 1798. Any questions, council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-2, the nays being Councilwoman Haynes and Councilman Hicks. That was item E. Now we're on item F, which is PSLU 24-0016, special use request for the Next Generation Development to demolish the existing building and build a gas station, convenience store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road. Mr.
Through the
Prode?
chair, a public hearing is required.
All right, so this is the same property location. Now that the property has been rezoned, we will have a public hearing for their special land use so they can demolish the existing building and build a gas station, convenience store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant at their location. So if you want to have a seat. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record. Again, PSLU 24-0016. This is a public hearing for PSLU 24-0016 for this property that we just discussed at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road to demolish the existing buildings and build a gas station, convenience store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. Councilwoman Haynes, I really like the questions that you ask. Councilwoman Hogue, I like the fact that you acknowledge that rumors can sometimes turn into truth. My question is, if someone was leasing from you and the lease expires and they're still in that particular location and it's month to month, what is the month to month process called? Is it just renting from month to month, or is it a month to month lease? I think you guys are going to be sorry for approving this conditional rezoning. I think the word on the street is true because it always has been. Think back to Walmart. And we worked our butts off to stop that. I don't like this. Again, we can't just go by the fact that businesses, once they close, it's a desolate corner. We have to go by the right business being in the right location and the right type of business in that location. I don't even know what to say, other than the fact that I think you guys are going to regret making this decision. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I just would like to weigh in on some of the stuff that was discussed here. I mean, we have submitted some paperwork from the courts stating all the lease paperwork to the city councils, and it shows all the valid lease and all the judge decision on delaying some of those hearings after a month. So I believe like having a decision making during this, especially the sensitive time of the demolishing the station, is something that in my view will be like interfering with the ongoing litigation. So I'm just surprised that it's, I mean, month to month, it doesn't make any sense. Since we've been in there since 2014, not even 15, 2014. And we have a lease until 2029. In fact, it's ended on August 1st. So if there's any question, I'm happy to answer them right now before any decision being taken place. Thank you.
Earl Brown, 27126 Pierce, Southfield, Michigan. My concern is if this individual have a lease, and I appreciate the questions, I appreciate the response from the two council people. Shouldn't there have been an investigation to confirm whether there was or is a lease in effect, or has the lease expired? Making a decision in doubt might also put the city in doubt. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak to PSLU 24-0016? All right, the public hearing is closed. Council, do you have any further questions? Councilwoman Banks?
To the city planner, because this is a special use request, we've got one group saying there is no lease, and we have another group that says there is a lease. Is there something regarding the lease that we can put in the special use request? I don't know. Or is
Well-
that just to be determined by the judges, by the
Well,
judge?
I believe, and I'll let the city attorney weigh in, this, first of all, it's a private matter.
Right.
This tenant has consistently come to public comments and stated this, but I've not seen anything in writing that would substantiate his claim. Even if that is the case, we have said this is a private matter between the leasee and the owner. And again, I'll defer to the city attorney, but I think this is a private matter outside of the city's jurisdiction. Now, if someone can prove ownership that's different than what the application was submitted, yes, that could have an impact on moving forward. But I'll defer to the city attorney. We haven't seen anything that should cause this to be held up at this time.
And one more question. Do we check to make sure that when people say they own property, they actually own the property? So that has been checked?
Yeah, and
I thought so.
I'll say this with the caveat.
Yes.
My team, when
Right.
someone submits an application, we verify ownership through the assessor's office. So it's the owner of record is what we go by. Now, there are times when ownership changes and people don't update the information. That is always possible, but the majority of the time, the assessor's records are valid if they're kept up to date, and we do verify ownership, and we have held up applications if we don't feel proof of ownership. And there's some cases working with the city attorney where property has been taken back for lack of payment. We make sure we go through a process that the property is made whole and that they can verify. But this is something we do take very seriously in the application is proof of ownership.
And just based on my personal experience, usually in a lease, there is an out clause somewhere within the body of a lease, but again, I don't know. Also, just something to my colleagues, there are other business owners in the city of Southfield that have businesses on 3 corners of the city. Mr. Hakam, if this is approved, will then have, 2 businesses on the 4 corners of the city, right across the street from each other. So again, just wanted to share that information. Thank you.
Councilwoman Haynes?
Okay, I just wanted to ask a question because you said that he didn't bring any information. Did we ever request any information from him to prove that he had a lease? Did we ask him for anything? I'm just asking.
Well, again,
Please let
we
the-
start with the proof of ownership through the application.
Okay.
And then if something is brought to our attention, we would work with the city attorney. To the best of my knowledge, that has not been provided to us that would cause this from not moving forward.
Okay. All right, well, so what we're saying is, he's saying one thing, the owner, and the tenant is saying another thing. So we have no way of knowing who's telling the truth, but we're going to go with the owner because the owner owns the property.
Correct.
And if the owner is not telling the truth, then the owner is not telling the truth.
Well,
And
I'm
that's the
going to
person we're
defer,
gonna go with.
if I could defer to the city attorney.
Yes. Madam Attorney, did you have a comment?
Yes, if I may, can you hear me okay? So what the planner said, everything is correct. That's a private matter. The most important thing is when they come to the planning department with the application, we have to make sure that they're the owner. So even in this case, and again, it is a private matter, if there's some issue about the tenant and there being some type of lease, he's still the owner, so he has all the rights to that property. And whatever they have in the lease is separate from what he wants to do with the property that he owns.
Okay. So then the issue here is just basically, you have to be telling us the truth then. And we have to go with that. And if down the line we see different, then we know different. But right now, that's all we have to go on. And that's what we voted on. So that your word, again, has to be your bond. And in this case, you know, you're talking about Sheets killing you. We wouldn't want, I mean, that's crazy if that's the case. It's just reputation to me is an important thing, especially a business reputation and coming in the city. We just want, you know, what's best for the city. And, you know, I'll just go out on a limb and say, I don't understand the logic of the idea of the guy being a tenant for all that time. I mean, I've owned property. If I had a good tenant, I'd keep him and, you know, keep him because he's a good tenant. And then I wouldn't have to run the store. I mean, I know my money's not going anywhere, what have you. But, you know, we all do different things for different reasons. But we're going to hold you to that.
We own the property for the last 20 years, and the property is in my name, company's name, Generation Development. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
And these people have no lease, period. The court will approve that. They forged the document, they forged my signature. It's like black and white, so we're just letting you know.
There could be other companies other than Sheets, too, because I understand that there are other companies, but...
And the company owns the next door, too, so.
Okay. All right.
Councilwoman Hoke.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to my colleagues, I don't think the renter, lack of a better word, is saying he owns the property. This is the property owner, and as you all know, I do contracts for a living. It's not uncommon for major corporations to auto-renew every year, and it could be month to month. And so it's up to him to seek out a new lease agreement if he wanted it. So this situation is not uncommon, believe it or not, but he's not saying he owns it. He just believes he has a lease that is still in effect, and it could very well be, but from month to month. So he'll have to read those clauses of the contract, which states after the initial period of the contract, which could be 10 years, 5 years, or whatever, what happens after that. And that's when it auto-renews, either monthly or yearly or whatever. So I don't think he's saying he owns it, but he just believes he has an active lease, but it doesn't stay active forever. It does tell you whether it's month to month after the initial term, or it's yearly. So whatever that is, he has every right as the owner to say, I'm going to stop leasing to you, and then go from there. So I don't really necessarily have an issue with that, because certainly, as everyone has said, that's a private matter, and Madam Attorney, I'm sure, or I should ask you, that if there is some validity to his claim, he can certainly ask for a stay, to put a pause in whatever he's doing, if the, you know, so be it through the courts.
Right, it will be whatever's going on in the landlord-tenant matter. He said he has an eviction, so it sounds like what they call a summary proceeding already, because he has a landlord-tenant case in front of 46th District Court judge, and I believe he said he's actually doing an eviction, so it's gonna be up to the court to determine that. And again, I don't know if he can, even if he gets a stay, again, I don't, it's separate, it's between those two parties. So I couldn't see a judge coming back from the 46th District Court saying that you gotta stay everything that's going on. I think there would have to be something more coming from a different court with a different type of case, but based on what he said in the court case he gave, and he said landlord-tenant, it sounds like they're going through an eviction proceeding.
But he is our owner before us to seek this approval on this project, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
I'd just point out that we have month-to-month leases are not uncommon. We have a lot of people in apartments that go to month. Sometimes month-to-month is a higher rent because the landlord does not have a guarantee of income, but this is very common. And I support what the city attorney says and the planner. This is a private matter. If anything, this should be the complaint should take it to court. But it has nothing to do with tonight, and really nothing to do with special use. This is what you're considering tonight.
I think we have to look in terms of character when we're talking about things like this. I mean, character is not something that you can necessarily negotiate as far as a month to month, but it speaks, this is a business person. I mean, and we're here, just like the people that come to us about their rent. It's the same thing. I mean, they may have month to month, but they're screaming too. You know, so, I mean, I think it's more than fair to investigate this.
This is not the place to judge someone's character.
It's not about judging their character, it's about judging their history of reputation as a business person. And that's where I think we have to look at, because that's the thing that we have to do with all our businesses here. Do you keep your property up? Do you do these type of things? All of these things are in question with that. I mean, it speaks to the business. And we don't want a business here that's not going to do what they say they're going to do. And that's all too. It's not more or less about the lease than it is about telling the truth and being honest. We've had several businesses that have come in here and said they were going to do things and haven't done it. We have somebody right now sitting on 8 Mile corner said they were going to do something. The business is horrible. And we have that all the time. And then the residents come to us and they say that. And we have to come back and say something about it. And it does speak to their character. How dare you come in our city and have a business that looks like crap and you say you're going to do something and you don't do it. That's a character thing.
Mr. Crode, can the council, obviously you've heard this discussion that we've had between this and the item previous about the conditional rezoning. Should something happen, let's say we find out that there's an agreement to sell to Sheetz or something like that, the council can then come and pull and disapprove, if you will, the conditional rezoning and the special land use.
If they violate the conditions of approval, then the council can seek to have it revoked. Now, again, I'm listening intently to this conversation, and I'm also reading what the special land use conditions are supposed to be approved on. And, you know, they're listed up there 1 through 7. Item 8 is this recommendation is based on the documents, facts, representations, stipulations submitted with the application and placed on the record during the public hearing by the petitioner of their representatives. If we find that there is something false about that, then we would have some recourse to revoke the approval. If they violate any of the conditions of approval, there's a process that we involve. I spoke to the Director of Codes today about a violation of a previously approved site plan and conditions of approval. There's a process to notify them that they're in violation. If they don't correct the violation, it goes to court. So we deal with this maybe more often than we would like, but these are the protections that are put in place for us to enforce the conditions of approval. If they violate those conditions of approval, we always have the right to revoke the approvals if they don't meet.
So by the petitioner, for example, saying, I'm never going to sell to Sheetz, or I'm not selling it to Sheetz, that could be, and it does happen, that's a representation that we could.
Again, I would defer, other than, I would defer it'd have to be a deed restriction for that to be legally binding. I'm saying that we cannot legislate a business based on name. But there are a number of protections that have been put in place that would prevent or be highly unlikely. Again, based on my knowledge of the prototype and business model of Sheetz, as well as being contacted on a regular basis by many brokers and representatives of that business and what they're looking for. And I can tell you that on at least 2 occasions, sites that they have inquired about, I've said, are too small, don't meet the requirements, or we wouldn't support that place, and I've steered them to other directions. This one has never come across any inquiry. And I recently had a conversation with representatives and asked them specifically about this site. So that's all I can say at this point. can never say never, but I think there's enough protections in here that they would have to come back before council and get approved separately, should they go in that direction.
Okay.
And then short of a deed restriction, I don't know how you could prevent something like that from happening.
Okay. Councilman Brightwell?
This is a question probably for the attorney and Mr. Crowe based on my understanding of business law from way back when. If a contract is entered into by false pretenses, there's recourse there. And that's if somebody has lied to us and we vote on something based on that, those lies, there's some type of recourse. And I'm sure within municipal law or something that we can roll back or draw back a whole lot, claw back a lot of things if we voted on something based on, based on something being a lie.
Well, that's, if I may through the chair, that's what Planner Crowe just said, that when we enter into the rezoning, conditional rezoning agreement, the recommendation is based on everything that they presented as stated in number 8. And if we find out based on everything that he said that, okay, they have to come back, of course, but even before that, if something just wildly changed, then we have the recourse as Planner Crowe stated.
Yeah, so that
Because it's going to be in the agreement, number 8.
Yeah.
It says you.
Yeah, I think this whole discussion, we have recourse, and I don't know how fine, I don't read the fine print, but we have recourse. So a lot of this discussion is, I mean, it was discussed, and I said it was enlightening, but the bottom line is if we made a decision based on false information, there's recourse. So, I'm done.
Okay. Council, any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that the special use request by Next Generation Development to demolish the existing buildings and build a gas station, convenience store with alcohol sales and a drive-through carry-out restaurant at 22575 and 22599 Telegraph Road be approved with the conditions as outlined by the Planning Department.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PSLU 24-0016, the special use request as presented. Council, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-2, with the nays being Councilwoman Haynes and Councilman Hicks.
All right, thank you very much, Council.
Thank you so much, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ooh, all right. Our next is PCZR 24-0002. This is a request to conditionally rezone .78 acres of land at 19991 West 12 Mile Road from B2 Planned Business to B3 General Business. This is the Kroger fuel pumps. There was a public hearing that was previously held on August 26, 2024. There were several questions that were raised by the council. We have asked the Kroger representatives to return to try to answer some of those questions. Mr. Planner, is there any?
Yeah, I think since it's been 2 months since this was introduced, I'd like to just do a brief overview before you go into the questions. And they did provide some additional information that we incorporated in the slides that might help with discussion. First is the consideration of the conditional zoning, and then if that does pass, then there would be a special land use and site plan. Petitioner's Kroger Company of Michigan, address 19991 West 12 Mile Road. Existing zoning is B2, general business, planned business, proposes a conditional B3 general business. And the proposal is to construct and operate a gas station only at this location. Hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Number of employees, 6 full-time equivalent positions, max per shift, 1 normally, 2 during the shift change. These are the current permitted and special land uses in the existing B2 business, planned business. And with the conditional rezoning, they are removing all other permitted uses and special land use with the exception of a gas station, Kroger Fuel, as proposed. We've spent a lot of time in the past dealing with stormwater management. Public on-site storm sewers have been indicated. They've been investigated, cleaned, reviewed for flow. These are some existing conditions. There's a former bank building and a former drugstore located to the east. This is proposed site and landscaping plan. This is the floor plan of the kiosk for the gas station. Rendering. And then these were some of the conditions that the Planning Commission and the traffic study came up with to help with the flow of the existing site. All of these have been already made at the shopping center. And then with that, it may be appropriate now to have the petitioner come up and answer some of the questions that Council had last time. There's a series of 2 or 3 slides that talk about the investment in the property, and I'd like to turn it over to Kroger at this point to respond to some of these questions that were raised last time by City Council.
All right, if you can just give your name and address, please.
Through the chair, Matt Pisco, representing the Kroger Company of Michigan.
There's 3 slides up there.
Beautiful, thank you.
And I know you were here last time.
I was, and
probably got beat up a little bit. But you understand our concerns, and you've heard the information, the concerns from the residents at the public hearing in August. You've heard some of the comments this evening, some pro, some against, but hopefully you can answer some of those questions and concerns this evening.
Very, very thoughtful analysis. We appreciate the feedback. And this evening, we've got Garrett Foley, the Facilities and Construction Manager for the Kroger Company of Michigan, and Caleb Stevens, the Ops Manager for the Kroger Company of Michigan, in our presence to go through the slides. There's 3 slides of capital spending, expense spending, charity, and store ops. So,
good evening. Garrett Foley, 40399 Grand River Avenue, Novi, Michigan. I'll kind of go through some of these slides here. I'm the construction manager and take any questions that you guys may have. So just to show that Kroger is invested in this site, and we have listed the charity and philanthropic items that we have done at this site. Since 2019 to 2023, we've made $127,750 in direct Southfield community donations and $113,960 in nonprofit through Kroger Community Rewards. And we've donated roughly 200,000 pounds of food to local food rescue partners since 2020. In taxes in the last 5 years, we paid $486,252. Kind of going through some of our past improvements at this location. In the last 6 years, we spent $2,187,445. That included in 2018 a remodel of the store for a little over $1.5 million or $1.6 million. That included new decor at the location, all new floral department, improvements to produce, deli, bakery, meat, seafood, and dairy. Then in 2019, we added pickup to this location as well as added 6 new self-checkouts. All these, we have the individual prices that add up to that. In 2022, we spent a total of $248,000. That included adding medium temp doors or glass doors for our medium temp cases to help with energy efficiencies. And we also replaced the recycling machines there. Then in 2023, we bought them new shopping carts. So looking to 2024, this year we've invested $1,050,000. Thank you. That That total went into replacing 5 HVAC rooftop units. That was completed at the end of August. We replaced the frozen food doors at the location. That was completed October 11th. And then we're in the process of replacing the entire refrigeration system. It's currently underway, and it's scheduled to complete mid-November. Just to kind of show the importance of investment in a location, replacing refrigeration, other than the electrical switchgear, refrigeration is the heart of a grocery store. So that shows that we are committed to this site of upgrading that and also helping with our EPA and gas emissions there. So now looking to the future, 2025 planned improvements, $4,174,000. So the big portion of that is a new fuel center, which is a little over $3 million there. But then we also plan to do roughly a $1 million remodel of the store, and that's going to include replacing, as people have noted, the dairy cases there. That's 144 feet of dairy cases, new 36 feet of beverage cases, new 44 feet of produce cases, a new service deli and adjusting the lineup there. New meat islands to replace the 3 12-foot narrow islands, new bakery fixtures, new produce fixtures or produce tables, new front-end merchandisers and relaminating the current check lanes, new exterior signs, refurbishing the existing cases and repainting them, updating and replacing shelving across the entire store. That's going to be roughly 80% of it being replaced, updating the vestibule decor and replacing the Corey tile with LVT. I'm going to skip over to the maintenance improvements. Since last time being here, we've gone through and we placed bad floor tile and ceiling tile throughout the store, and we also repainted the bottle room entrance. Now I'm going to turn it over to Caleb to go over operations and merchandising improvements.
Good evening. Through the chair, Caleb Stevens, 11480 Plaza Drive, Clio, Michigan. During the last meeting and over the last several, it's been brought to our attention the view from the city council and the city members of our store. After this last meeting, myself, Garrett, we went to the store along with district and executive management, walked the store to walk conditions, see what can be done. That's where the list of improvements that Garrett just went through came from. We were able to get some of that funding brought forward to next year instead of the 3 years that we discussed earlier. We also looked at what can the store do differently to improve the conditions that you guys are seeing, that the city is seeing every day. So we mentioned the out of stocks. We added a delivery to help out with that piece. We were working with training the store staff on how to properly stock and condition to keep the shelves presentable and clean and full. We also are working with the store team on our process for maintaining orders and inventory to improve that piece as well. As far as general cleaning and conditions, we are working with the store team on proper floor sweeps, just simple day-to-day things that they need to do better that we can assist them with, because you are absolutely correct, we do need better conditions in that store. So we want the city to understand that this is a priority to us. Someone on the council last time said that some stores require more focus than others. We agree completely. So this is going to be one of those focused stores.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last one?
Someone on the council during the last meeting stated that some stores require more focus than others, and this is going to be one of those stores. Absolutely.
They're going to put more focus into the store.
And that's all we have at the moment. We are ready to answer any of your questions.
Okay. Councilman Hogue?
Thank you. Actually, I think what he said, require more focus. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So I probably have an issue with the word require, because it should be, they should just get upgraded like all the other locations in the other cities. So I don't want to make it seem as if Southfield residents and all those that frequent and utilize that Kroger's, that they require some special attention that no other area does. So I don't think that word is appropriate. It just simply is a store that was ignored by Kroger. Secondly, I'm glad you came before us, because at the last meeting, there were some folks here from Kroger's. They refused to come up. I'm just disappointed that you may have seen where at our last meeting, some of us weren't feeling this project too well, and now we've got all this plan that, again, should have been part of the process before you came to us to ask for that, if you cared about that location, just like the one on 8 Mile and Livonia and all that. It's just that I hate that there has been no initiative on Kroger's end to give us the type of Kroger that we deserve like any other suburb. And that now that you want something, we have to give in order to see if we're gonna get that in return. We shouldn't have to play this game of chicken like we did with the last location to call each other's bluff. We should both care. I appreciate all of the investments, the charity work that you do, but I'm not sure if it was listed there, but I'm sure Kroger is getting great profits as well. So it's not like it's all for nothing. Then second, third, or fourth, or whatever I keep saying, at the last meeting, I wanted to mention this merger with Albertsons. How does that play into your strategy over the next 5 to 10 years? Because what is it with Albertson? I mean, who owns the majority if it did go through?
Through the chair, I can't speak to the merger with Albertsons. That is in the courts and well above my pay grade and anyone in this state, to be honest. To the point that you made about the investments, yes, we need to invest more. Having a fuel center at that store would add to the bottom line, which would make investing easier, because we have 119 stores across the state that are all vying for the same capital budget and capital spend. So stores that are more profitable do tend to get more attention.
And I'll make my last statement for now. All that list of the improvements that I don't know where they were, because it wasn't where I saw it when I was there during the time of our last meeting. And I remember even the property manager came before us and said, oh, I'll do some walkthroughs or whatever, as if he had never been in there. And so it's as if you just take for granted the dollars that come through there and the people that spend their money there. And so that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Any other questions, council?
Well, it's just, yeah, I have some.
Okay.
Okay, well, I guess within 24 hours, which today is the 28th, there's something about Albertsons and the merger, and it said it would affect 579 stores, so it's not really pay grade, it's just information. So whatever happens with Albertson and Kroger's is going to affect that Kroger's too, right, should it?
No. So that the list of stores that will be divested and affected by the Albertsons merger has already been listed and is available.
I can't.
Sorry.
Can you
so
and slow down a little, please?
Sorry. So the list of stores that will be divested across the country has already been listed and is publicly available. Michigan was not affected by that.
Oh, so okay, so that's some information. That's good. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brightwell?
What is the maintenance, I mean, the house cleaning protocol for your stores? And is this store in compliance with that normal house cleaning? I don't know how you want to call it, other than just cleaning, routine cleaning of it.
Are you referring to just day-to-day cleaning? Or are you referring to just day-to-day cleaning? Or?
Well, day-to-day, that seemed to be what I've heard, not that there's, well, the big complaints I've heard is just the maintenance, the routine cleanliness of it, the shelves being stocked. So what is the protocol for routine cleaning, I guess?
So, yeah, our operation does require daily, weekly, quarterly, and semi-annual cleaning based on the intensity of it. And that's up to the store team to execute. Sometimes if they fall off track, we'll go as far as to hire a third-party company to assist with that piece. But The day-to-day, like I've already mentioned, it's up to the store team, so that's what we're working with them on. We've actually had a change in management since our prior meeting to kind of assist with that piece, to drive more focus around it.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. You know, I guess I'm just trying to get a handle on what is to be expected from a store that size. What is the expected routine cleanliness of it? I'm not, you know, I don't know that much about, you know, the grocery business, but I'm assuming you have a protocol that this area, let's say the meat area, will get more cleaning than the routine place where you keep bleach or something.
Right.
I'm just trying to get a...
Yeah, so it varies department to department. Example, the front end, they're required to sweep the floors every day and clean the bathrooms every day. The meat department, they have to deep clean their saws and deep clean their service counters to, you know, make sure their food's safe.
Right.
The grocery department, they're not like a ready to eat or type thing. So we just do weekly cleanings on the shelving and day-to-day sweeps and quarterly section cleanings.
Okay. If that's a given, and your management should know that should be done.
Absolutely.
That's a Kroger standard. Has this store been doing what you required them to do on a routine, regular basis?
So sometimes they struggle, and that's what we're trying to assist with, is the staffing piece, the training piece, to get the store back up to standard.
Could you repeat that? I'm having a...
I'm sorry. So they sometimes struggle, and that's what we're working with them on, is the hiring piece, the training piece, to get them back up to standard. And like as I mentioned, there's new management staff that will be able to assist with that as well.
Okay. Okay. And I don't want to get too far into the proprietary info that's confidential. How much money are you making at this store?
So, as you said, without getting into too much proprietary info, they are not a bottom performer, but they are a low performer, if that's adequate to say.
Okay, could you repeat that? I'm
Sorry.
having a hearing issue.
Okay, so they are not a bottom performer financially, but they are a low performer financially. And a fuel center would help with the bottom line, as I previously mentioned, which would assist with further projects inside that building.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hicks?
Well, first, I want to thank you for coming this evening. You answered some of the questions that were posed to your peer at the last meeting. When I'm looking at the items that you've listed, my mom was an English teacher.
I'm sorry?
My mother was an English teacher. So when I look at verbs, I'm not seeing really strong action verbs. I'm seeing that we're working. I'm not seeing we will, we must, we have to address certain things. So where my concerns are, you know, we want this to be a collaborative exchange. We're not trying to dictate you. We're just asking on behalf of our citizens to get what other cities have. And so I'm seeing improvement, but I'm not seeing action verbs. I'm not seeing, I saw in 2025, but again, I didn't see the things that we really had asked for. I'm seeing things that you need to do, that you should have done. When you talk about the replacement of the meat counters and such, that's just like me trying to sell you on an air conditioning unit in my house. I should have had that working anyway if I'm trying to keep my tenant happy. And so we just want to make sure that we're getting what other cities get. So it's not a threat on our end, it's just more of a collaborative information share that we hope that you're receptive to, and to give a more robust list of things and what you're going to do to support and retain the business that you have here in Southfield.
Okay, yes. So what I can commit to is improving in conditions in terms of how we run our store currently. Because as I've mentioned before, we agree it is not up to the Kroger standard, and no corporation wants to be known for operating subpar stores. So that is why we are actively in the process. That's what we are doing with the 2025 projects. When we say that we're working on it, we are literally inside the building working on it. So we are working towards that goal, and we are always open to feedback from our customer base to tell us what we are and are not doing wrong.
Mr. Mayor?
I think Councilman Hicks has put it very succinctly. I think this is what we've all talked about. Southfield deserves, if Kroger's going to do business here, we deserve a store that's on par with stores that we see, especially north of here. I'm looking at the improvements. I was aware of some of them, and I'm glad that from our meeting on August 26th, that action was taken, because we toured the store, and I mean, honestly, the floors and the refrigerator units and so on, to me, that's not a Southfield standard. But given all of this, and the fact that you're telling us that it's not a bottom performer, and I don't doubt you that if you added gas pumps that it would be a better performer, but as far as in the profitability margin, which doesn't concern us too much as shoppers, but I guess my question really is, with what you've outlined, what you've already done, and what you say you're going to do, then one of the I won't call it a rumor, but one of the speculations was that if you didn't get the gas pumps, you'd leave town.
There is no intention to close this store at this time. We are here tonight pointing out the fact that we have invested in the store and that we want to invest more into the store to anchor that, to keep that in place, to continue to be part of this community.
And as I expressed on August 26th, I'm not thrilled about another set of gas pumps at 12 and Evergreen. But overall, as mayor, I'm very concerned about retail in general in the city of Southfield. Stated these statistics before. The United States has overbuilt retail spaces dramatically compared to every other country in the world. Depending on, I've seen higher statistics, but for instance, the United States has 23.5 square feet of retail for every single person. Canada follows with 16.8 square feet. Australia with 11.2. And then you see these dramatic drops. United Kingdom, 4.6. Japan, 4.4. France, 3.8 square feet. Germany, 2.3. And we all know what's happening to retail. This whole shift to online, and we don't need all that brick and mortar, and then when you've built so much. So obviously, I'm concerned that you stay there and the health of that strip center. We don't need another vacant building, another vacant set of stores. We can look around and we've got them. And if anybody wants to go online, just Google the question, how many retailers have filed for bankruptcy? Then Google how many chain stores have gone out of business. On Wikipedia, the list is pages and pages and pages. So these are my, and I think some people, I've gotten feedback from some residents that they've said that, well, this was a done deal, or no, I'm looking at not just Kroger, I'm looking at a bigger picture of all Southfield and the impact. I don't like vacant buildings. And I know what happens to vacant buildings. They get broken into or they start to fall apart. So obviously, I'm concerned about a great anchor store at Evergreen Plaza, a quality Kroger, and I shop that mall. I am there at least once a week. I think the owner has done a good job of keeping it clean and made improvements. The parking lot is certainly a lot better as far as there are no potholes. But again, this is not my decision, but again, I'm expressing a global concern about retailing in general and what it means to a city like ours. So if your word is good about all of these improvements, I mean, this is the council's decision, but I've let them know how I feel. I think just like office space, we have a real concern here. Because our commercial sector carries a lot of freight as far as paying for our city services. So thank you for being here.
Councilwoman Haynes?
Did I just hear you say that you're not going anywhere?
Correct. We have no intention of closing the store at this time.
Okay, so that means that the people that are coming forth, they're saying that felt threatened by that are business owners, they should be at ease then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess that's a good thing, and it's a good thing for the residents that really said that they wanted to keep the store there. So why not just concentrate the effort into the store? You as a Kroger person and the owner of the property concentrate on upgrading so we can get more businesses in there. Now, where there are places where businesses are closing, a lot of small businesses, I believe, are coming into play in a lot of cities. And my concern is with all this EV so-called quote-unquote mandate, you're talking about gas. And they're talking about EV. And we already have gas. So maybe we can just concentrate on the store and let's build that up and do marketing to get more people in the store and build up that, get more employees, whatever, you school to work program, some type of things with that. And we have a better Kroger, and the property owner can invest in more retail, and we have a better place over there that gets somebody in the CVS and get somebody in the bank. Non-gas, that would just build up more stores in our area. It could be a nice restaurant. That's just my opinion, that's my thought. And I think that with the wave of this EV, another gas station, another larger gas station, that's my concern.
Through the chair. We are looking to build a gas station there because it would add to the health of the business, as previously mentioned. We are looking to build a gas station at this site because it would help to add to the health of this business that is already existing. We would not put EV stations in our gas stations because, one, we see a healthy outlook on the gas market for the foreseeable future. We are building EV charging stations at some of our stores, but they are located in the parking lot. And then over time, if we were to do that at this store, that's where they would go. But to answer your question, we do feel very strongly. I mean, that's why you see other people trying to build gas stations here tonight, because there is a healthy outlook on that market.
Okay, cut your costs in half, $3 million, half of the $3 million, and invest in the store. And I think you have more money and more customers and more satisfied residents. That's just my opinion.
All right. Councilman Banks?
Are any of the corporate owners of Kroger here?
The corporate owners, no.
No, okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So the unfortunate part of going last is a lot of things that I would have said have already been stated by my colleagues. You mentioned that you're not going anywhere, or you have no intention to go anywhere. When does your lease end at the current location?
I don't have that information. I believe. Our real estate manager is looking it up. We can get that information to you.
Okay, so while we're looking that up, when Kroger came to us in the same location in, I think it was 2018, and Kroger basically said, if you don't give us gas, we're going to take our toys and go home. And we said, okay, that's fine, go home. We don't, that's fine. That year, you did a remodel, according to the numbers here, about $1.6 million into the store. My question would be, why does it always take Kroger coming to us to say, hey, we want something, and then if and for the council to say, well, our citizens deserve better, why are you now going to put the money in versus why aren't you being more proactive?
So we do put money in the store consistently. I understand that's not always visible to the consumer. As Garrett has already mentioned, we're in the process, we've already put a lot of money into refrigeration and case upgrades, and we're continuing to do that. For a major remodel, those are fewer and far between, absolutely. But again, a store has to be performing well to merit a major increase when we see high potential for it. Yes, there's absolutely need for basic maintenance and basic upkeep of the buildings and just maintaining a modern look to the buildings. But there is a finite amount of money that we are able to spend on that. We have 119 stores to spread across the state.
Okay. The last time, back in August when you guys were here, it was mentioned by residents and council that some gas stations or some of the Kroger gas stations, some are in parking lots and some are potentially across the street or a little bit further away.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how do you make that decision on where the gas station goes as opposed to when it's in a parking lot versus somewhere else? And the reason I ask is, we can give you other corners where gas stations would be helpful and have the Kroger fuel over there.
If I may, through the chair.
Mike,
What's that? In a perfect world, if you go across the Enterprise in Michigan, the desire is to have the fuel station on a contiguous parcel with the grocery store. That closed bank, which has been closed for a while, and the closed pharmacy, which has been closed for a while, we're willing to raise that bank, redevelop it with a very small 5-dispenser fuel station that doesn't require any curb cuts, doesn't add any appreciable traffic to the roadways, and is contiguous with the store, utilizing the existing approaches. That's best case scenario. We keep our traffic within the shopping center. We've mitigated all the traffic concerns that were raised about people going the wrong way, people parking in the fire lane. We did a traffic study. We've looked at the entire shopping center to say, hey, you've raised a bunch of issues about parking, pedestrian traffic, how people get across the site, how people cut across to Tim Hortons. I have pages and pages of notes that are included in the site plan. It's very important and convenient. We use Kroger employees. That very small 198 square foot kiosk is tallied in the grocery store. It's no different than the deli. So they're Kroger employees that go out to that, they're trained to run that across the store, the equivalent of 6 full-time employees. That's the business model. When we build a new grocery store, the fuel station, 9 times out of 10 is going to be in the same parking lot. We did it in Sterling Heights, an aircraft carrier at Silver. It's big. It works better. 615, Gill and 8 Mile. It took us a long time. We built the gas station. 5 years later, that major remodel occurred. They are a catalyst. Monroe Township, D579. Same difference. It was so successful that the store was expanded, and we had to raise the fuel station, tear down small shops on the complete opposite side, but still contiguous, and built another fuel station. So we don't want to build fuel stations off-site. That's not convenient. Communicating with them is difficult. Communicating employees is difficult. We stock from the store to the kiosk. So it's really incumbent upon us to try and get it contiguous with the grocery store.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears for a minute. You mentioned in the remodel numbers that there were five HVAC rooftop units replaced in this year. Was that Kroger's doing, or was that the the landlord?
It was Kroger's doing. If you don't have HVAC and you don't have refrigeration and freezers operating within the store, you know what's going to happen. I mean, that's like a basic tenet of operating a store. And I know it's nothing that anyone sees, but you would recognize if it didn't work.
Okay. I don't know if you can touch on this at all. There's, it was mentioned earlier about Albertsons and the potential merger. Now we're hearing about food recalls and price gouging. Can you touch on any of that?
Food recalls, yes. Price gouging, no, I can't touch on that piece. But food recalls, I actually, I assist with the food safety piece of it. And just the system, the way it works is we get notified as soon as it happens, and we reach out to our stores, and anyone who is affected, we address it immediately.
Okay. All right. Did you get the answer yet about the lease?
Sorry? 2031.
Okay, so that's about 6 years away. We'll consider it already towards the end of 6 years away, or 7, depending on the dates. Should we vote here tonight to say no fuel? When your lease is up, would you say, after continuing to improve the store with all this money and continually improve it, would you get up and leave, or would you continue to stay in Southfield?
I find the idea of us closing very unlikely, but again, that's 2031. So I mean, what changes in the store's profitability between now and then is up in the air. However, at this time, like I said, there is no intention to close.
Okay. Because even if you said it's not a low performing store, but it's on the lower end of the spectrum.
Yes.
You put in, we approve the gas. Let's go the other way. We approve the gas stations, and the store is still not performing the way you want it to. You get up and leave. Now we're stuck with an empty gas station and all the contaminants and everything else that are left with that. How does that work?
Through the chair, if I can field that, Kroger doesn't leave gas stations once they close a store. And the way the stores are constructed, we exceed what's required by the Michigan standard, and we apply to a much heavier national standard for our underground storage tanks. Kroger's a Fortune 100 risk-averse company. They don't leave dirty sites. If we go dark at the Kroger store, they raise the fuel station, they extract the tanks, they put it back to its original zoning as we do in the conditional rezoning agreement. All we have that are rezoning it for is to get that cross-merchandising with that bank parcel that we plan to raise. So we've taken stations down. We close a grocery store, we take the station down, extract the tanks, we do environmental testing, we put it back to either grass or pavement, restripe it, it's back to a parking lot.
Okay, you said something interesting I just want to point out. You said you don't like to leave a mess. I think most of this discussion has been because the store isn't up to the standards that we'd like. So it's...
Through the chair, that's unfair. I'm here representing the fuel station. You asked me about the fuel station.
I understand.
And I'm saying that's a regulatory required function. It's a petroleum station. We are obligated to follow regulations prescribed by the state and the federal government. That wasn't, I don't speak to the grocery store.
No, I understand, and, you know, it's interesting because you came to us for the gas station, but most of the entire discussion has been about the actual store. And the issue that, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think the issue at hand is if the store is not up to the standard that we believe it should be, what's to stop you from having the fuel station not be up to the standard? And I understand there are regulatory issues, but there's regulatory issues with buildings and everything else as well. You know, when this was first proposed to us in the beginning of the year, I think it was almost a year ago, personally, I'm not a big fan of 3 gas stations in a corner. I just think it's too many. But Kroger Gas does, the fuel stations have a big following, and there's a number of people who swear by Kroger Gas. They shop at Kroger, they get 10 cents off a gallon, they get $1 off a gallon depending on how much money they spend. Same thing, people swear by Costco and Sam's Club, the Costco gas stations, because they're willing to drive 15 minutes away to save the money on the gas because they're going shopping anyway. So that's one issue, but at the same time, and I think you answered the other question is, okay, if we don't give it to you, would you leave? As of now, that's unlikely, but that's 6-7 years away. If we give it to you, if we give you the gas and you still decide to leave, you're saying that you put it back to the way it was. You're not going to obviously build the Bank of America building, but you'll take out the tanks and you'll make sure that everything is site ready for whatever development comes next. Is that so? I'm also torn because if Kroger leaves, Kroger's a big anchor in that shopping center. Will that have a trickle-down effect? I don't know. We can go from our experience with the store that was on 9 Mile in Mount Vernon. You move to Oak Park. I can tell you the Oak Park store, I can't speak for Oak Park standards, but that store being open for that short a time and the issues that they have is terrible. But so I can't, I'd hate to see that part of the city lose a grocery store and whatever trickle-down effect. And I understand there's a lot of residents who don't like the Kroger, but then what happens when Kroger leaves and everything else leaves, and then you have an empty, blighted shopping center, which some speakers mentioned earlier, that's going to hurt their property value. But at the same time, having a grocery store in your backyard that you won't go to because it's not up to the standard that we like also kind of hurts. So it's personally I'm torn on how this would work, but it's unfortunate that most of this conversation has not been about the fuel stations, but about the actual store.
And I'm somewhat of a brainless idiot when it comes to the operations of the grocery store. I'm a petroleum retailer. That's my expertise. What I can tell you, and I've said several times, when Kroger has invested dollars in getting a petroleum station, put on the lot, it has led to improvements at the grocery store. This is the first time since I've been doing this that I've seen Kroger has committed to improvements that would normally come after the incremental growth from the fuel station being added. I've never seen that. So when you're saying we're waiting, I've never seen Kroger do that. They're saying we're going to invest in 2025, which is going to be the same time that we're going to be, if God willing, the station is approved, we'll be installing the fuel station. So they're not waiting to invest the dollars. Garrett just proposed what the improvements were in the store.
Right, and I saw that. It probably would have been nice to have that back in August as well, so. Councilman Haynes?
Stephen, right?
Caleb.
You said
Caleb.
that the stores that you had before, that the gas stations improved the store.
Mhm.
And then you said that the Kroger that's in this neighborhood is not low-hanging, but low-performing.
Yes.
So we're like kind of at the bottom of the barrel, so then we're in terms of...
Financially.
Okay, so the stores that you had before that were improved with the gas station, were they in the same condition that our stores in now?
Yes. So we actually have a handful of stores across the state that are open entirely because of the fuel center in their parking lot.
Did you invest money in improving them afterwards or before?
Yes, after the fact.
So they look just like our store?
Not necessarily. I mean, like, some of them, yes.
No, I mean, so
Not
they were
every
in the
single
same
one.
condition as our store?
Yeah, some of them, yes, yes.
So you're saying that this is the condition of your stores pretty much everywhere until you get gas?
No, that's not what I said. I said some of them were. Some stores are ran very well without a fuel center, and they operate very well without a fuel center. Some stores have a harder time hiring. Some stores have higher customer accounts that affect conditions. So it's kind of varies site by site.
What would you say are the three biggest problems at that store?
At that store, I would say cleanliness in stock and just the overall condition of the building, which we've already pointed out and
Okay,
we're addressing.
cleanliness, the stock, overall condition of the building. What's the other one?
So the cleanliness, the in-stock, and the overall conditions of the building.
Okay, so those are points that can easily be improved upon then?
Yes.
Okay, and if you're going to stay, like we say, I think that if you're going to really improve, the gas is just, I'm trying to understand this, because we're saying the gas, but again, we're going back to the store, and we're talking about the gas and what's happening. We already got gas all around, and it just, the whole thing of gas is changing. Again, like you said, I know he was saying it was unfair about some of the things, but we're again dealing with the residents who want a clean store, a nice area. I have never been in that store and saw anyone ever cleaning. I was in the 15 and Lassa store twice. They were cleaning the little sockets where they have cheese, wiping and cleaning it down. I've never been in that store and seen clean. And like I said before, that store it requires a lot more attention than the other stores, maybe because of where it is, demographics, I don't know, but it was never up to par. And I think that's the problem that we're trying to say with what the residents are saying. You're asking us for something, but you haven't given us. I understand the improvements that you have made, but they're not the physical improvements that the residents are satisfied with. Nobody wants to go in a dirty meat counter. I mean, nobody should even have to see a dirty meat counter. Some places, they're just it's unacceptable.
I understand.
By any means. I mean, I don't know where you shop at, but would you want to do that continually?
Through the chair, so adding a fuel center would also increase the overall stores of the main building, which would lead to more labor, which would lead to better conditions because we have more people to help with the cleaning piece. And that's what it really amounts to, is that we just need money flowing into the building to help money continuously get added to the building and invest into it and improve those conditions. Now, yes, we do have training opportunities, which we are going to actively work on and improve the overall condition of the building, as we've already stated.
Well, one of the things is I have to go to another Kroger to get things that this Kroger doesn't sell.
Mm-hmm.
If you had those things in that store, that's more money for you. That's a convenient for me. Lots of things, lots of things. I even have requested things. So demographically, you're putting certain things in this store that you think people want. but you don't know that they really want, and you don't know that they're going somewhere else. And somewhere else is a farther away place. Because I don't really always get gas at Kroger, but I do shop there. I shop more there for food and things than I do for gas. And if I shop at a Kroger for gas, it's because I happen to be at that Kroger to go and get something that, again, my Kroger does not have, or that my Kroger always runs out of.
Yeah.
I shop in Southfield. I like to do everything in Southfield. I get my gas somewhere else, but what I'm saying to you is that's my grocery store. I need my grocery store to have what I need. There are certain things that I buy all the time. I know where it is on the shelf until you change and move that. You just recently moved something out of your store that is no longer for sale, that I got to go and get somewhere else at another Kroger because I buy it all the time. Those are the things you need to concentrate on. To me, customer satisfaction.
Absolutely.
And those are the things that this has nothing to do with gas.
So, through the chair, to answer your question, I have two parts to this answer. The first is that not all of our stores are the same size. We've got one in Bridgeport that's roughly the size of the room that we're in. We've got one in Shelby Township that's roughly the size of the entire building. Now, obviously, we can't fit everything into the smaller of the two, and it varies from site to site. So there is going to be some back and forth on what is and isn't carried. Now, that being said, our merchandising team is planning to do a detailed walkthrough of the store to take a look at the sets that we have in place now to see what can and can't be added, what needs to be adjusted for the needs of the clientele.
Okay, well, just a suggestion. I hate the demographics kind of thing because
I
with the
apologize, I mean the
demographics thing,
community.
that I understand that, what I'm saying is that we keep putting things in place that we think that's what these people want. So we give these people those things. And then we have to go somewhere else, and these people go somewhere else and get those things, where they really just want them here. And a lot of that is what takes place there. The products, the service, and the pride in the store. That's what keeps the business afloat more than anything.
All right.
Well, Councilman Banks, and then Councilman Brightwell.
I'm listening to my colleagues, and I'm just having a really hard time understanding how the addition of a gas station is going to improve the quality of the store. We went through this, was it 6 years ago, when you were here last time? Same concerns, same questions, and I just don't see any improvements. I think for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, I think Kroger needs to show us that they care, make the improvements, and then maybe I will consider the gas station portion. But right now, I mean, you're talking, what, $1 million difference if you, I think you said for next year, if you put in the gas pumps and the improvements to the store, if you took out the gas station, it was an additional $1 million. It's just a shame that none of that has been done up until this point. And I don't see that much difference between when you were here last to present. Yeah, they've made a few improvements, but then you go back the following week and it's the same problems. I do not feel the residents in Southfield deserve the quality of the food that is in that particular store. You talk about the meat cases. That, in my opinion, the freezers should be replaced. They're terrible, they're filthy, they're gross. We do not deserve that type of quality store in Southfield. And I think Kroger needs to hear they need to fix that store. And I know it's a small store, but there's other small Kroger stores that look 10 times better than our Southfield store. And what we're saying around this table isn't anything new from what we've been saying for how many years? Fix the store and then come back. I mean, I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but fix the store and then come back. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I ask you, what would have happened if we would have got the fuel stations 6 years ago? Those fuel stations have an incremental impact on the financial health of the grocery stores that allow us to reinvest in the stores. We've lost 6 years, we proffered that. Now, I know that there is a lot of tension with the real estate manager that came through here, who's no longer with the company, okay? I had to sit through that horrible meeting, several of them. I couldn't stand it. None of these people behind me have those attitudes. Those attitudes back in that meeting made me sick, okay? I'm telling you, from my experience, 60 fuel stations, they build brand loyalty. It helps your consumers, your citizens, get discounts on fuel. It helps bump the sales in the store for reinvestment. 615, I know at least two of you shop at 615 on 8 Mile and Gill. That's a direct result of that fuel station that Livonia beat us, the snot out of us, and we finally got that approved. And it took several years, but look at what it is today. It's not a ploy. It's a cross-merchandising thing to help keep the store healthy and to be a benefit to people in Southfield. Offering discounts on fuel, who can't use them? I certainly can.
I respect what you're saying, but the Kroger store at 15 Mile in Lazar, there is no gas tanks there. And it's much smaller. And I invite you to walk into that store, look at the shelves, look at the meat market, look where the chicken is stored, look where the turkey is stored, look where the lunch meat is stored, then come back to our Southfield store. We have a lot of people in Southfield that go to 15 in Lazar. They have to drive further, it costs them more money, but there is no gas stations there. And the parking is even more congested. But it's a busy store, it's a clean store, and they make money at that store. In fact, I'd like to know where they stand in the lineup of successful stores. Let's make Southfield store look like that store. And that's also been said before by many council members. Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell?
I kind of put things in categories. That's why I asked before about the financial health. And with that, you mentioned to me that, and I know Kroger, I'm sure my thought pattern is, when I would look at people I needed that worked for me, I knew who had potential, who had no potential, and who was going to be a rising star. So when you guys are looking at your stores, where would this store fall with respect to the potential becoming a good location for Kroger? I know it's making money because you want to put a gas station there. So that right there let me know you're doing something from a revenue standpoint. But just how would you, and I know, how would you classify this as a store with potential, or just a stagnant store, or just how would Kroger classify this store?
So you already said it. The fact that we're willing to invest now and pull that $1 million now, and that we want to put a gas station shows that we do see potential for the store to grow and be better than what it is. And the conditions need to improve now. We understand that they will. That's why we're working with our team to make that happen. But absolutely, we see the potential to make this store great and get it back to standard and have it performing much better than it is financially and just in terms of everyday conditions.
Okay, and so you guys know what you need to do to make that happen, because there's a history with Kroger that 100 years, you know how to make things happen in your grocery stores. So is that what you're driving toward now?
Yes.
As far as putting those things in place?
Yeah, and the items that we brought to you today and the items that are coming are not just from myself or Garrett, but they're from a multi-department team. It's a combined effort from a lot of us from the executive office down to the store level, working together to improve this store.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Okay. Council, any other, I think we've discussed this issue long enough. If, I'll leave it up to council if there is a motion or not. I'm sorry? We did it already. All right, so Mr. Crode, and as of now, we have no council member willing to make a motion. So this is similar to the situation we had a few weeks ago where it
Died for lack of...
It will die, but that doesn't mean they need to wait a certain amount of period to come back. It's just, it's a dead item, and it's not a no, but it's not a yes. I mean, I'll ask my colleagues again. It's up to, you know, if there's somebody who wants to make a motion. If not, this will die. So I will leave it up to the council.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you need to make a motion and then it can be voted down.
So we.
If that's your desire.
And we went through this a few weeks ago.
Or you move to postpone, but you can't just do nothing.
Can we postpone to a date uncertain, or do we have to vote it up or down?
Well, I'm going to defer to the city attorney, but we did have this situation before where the item failed to move forward for a lack of a motion at all. If you postpone to a date uncertain, if we came back, we would have to start the process all over from the beginning. You could vote it up, you could vote it down. Again, if there's no support to move the item forward, I'm going to defer to the city attorney.
All right, so.
Can you move to a date certain?
Well, I think we're just kicking the can down the road. And
I think so too.
so,
I'm saying if you just-
right, so our city attorney's double checking. But again, we can, yes.
Well, I was gonna say, if I may try to speak for you, you're saying to do a date uncertain so that we can see if they'll make these improvements and then come back to us with this later.
Right, so the way that it would work, right, let's say we make a motion to not approve. Or you would have to make a motion to approve, and then it would die, because there's not enough votes, right? So it would have to make a motion, you would have someone second it, and then someone would make a motion to approve, and then it would be seconded. If the votes aren't there, the motion is defeated.
Because you have to have a positive
Correct.
motion.
So then, 1 minute, please. Let me finish the understanding here. Right. If the motion fails, the petitioner has to wait a year until they return and start the process over again. If we vote to postpone to a date uncertain, even if it's next week, they have to start the process over again. Is that?
Yeah, I'll just add a couple things. We've already postponed to a date certain. We
Tonight.
typically, which was been 2 months. And to be fair to the public, usually after the second postponement, we would re-advertise. Another rule is that if you've defeated an item, you typically wait a year if you were going to consider the same thing. So this is a conditional zoning. They could come back in a different form at a later date and start the process all over again. I guess I would say Robert Rules of Order regarding motions. Now, someone can make the motion, someone can support it. That doesn't mean they're going to vote affirmatively on the item. And that would just get it to a vote, and then you could vote it up or down. So,
Right, because the motion has to be in the positive.
Correct. It does.
Yes, because that's what's being put forward. But you can make the motion in the affirmative. Those that make it and support it could vote against it, and if it fails to gather a majority of votes, then it fails, or it's denied.
Yeah.
I say we do that. I mean, my decision not gonna change. No gas is no gas. I don't know if somebody else's decision is gonna change, but we got people coming to us saying, you all keep doing this. How many times are you gonna keep doing this? Let your yes be yes, no be no.
Okay. Yes, if you just give your name and address, please, and your affiliation. I know you were here last time, but.
Hi, my name is Ron Hall. I'm the property manager for the property. And having been in property management since college, some 40-odd years, and run 8,000 apartment units, I can tell you one of the significant things that was brought up in the last meeting, and I've been at every one, to include the Planning Commission, was that the store was not well maintained. And I can tell you from having been in property management for 40 some odd years that so goes, and this is a saying that in the business, in real estate business, so goes the manager, so goes the operation. Councilwoman Banks brought up that the store was not well maintained. Please, please don't discount what Kroger's action was. You know, I've been at the store and I committed to be there, and I was there. I just wasn't in a position to speak for Kroger. But what Kroger has done is really significant. They were not happy after the comments that came back from council, and they took a good look at the store as was promised. And they released, each Kroger store has anywhere from 3 to 4 managers. They cut, and I don't know if they transferred them or terminated them, I don't know. But they brought a whole new staff into that store. They've made significant improvements in the store and are continuing to. But one of the reasons that they did that was the leadership, they didn't feel the leadership was there. And so now they have good people in the store who are raising the standard of cleanliness, which has been brought to their attention. You know, the other thing that I'd like to point out is that there's no doubt in my mind and in Kroger's mind that adding the fuel center would improve the profitability of the store, which would allow them to put more money into it. Now, it's what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, I delivered 225 signed petitions to the Planning Commission that were signed by customers who come to that center in support of the gas station. I have talked to every store owner there that is not a corporate-owned store, but I've talked to the managers, and many of them were here tonight, but because, well, you know, we're on past 10 o'clock, they left. One small store there, a dress shop, the lady was here, prepared to talk, but she goes, she's a teacher during the day, and then she opens her store at 7 o'clock at night. She wants there to be a gas station. Gentleman who's here who has Metro PCS, every store owner and manager there wants to have the gas station improved. They know it will improve their business. They're very concerned about what you think, and I can tell you that, and one of the issues that you brought up, Mr. President, is Kroger going to leave? Would they leave if they got the gas station? There was already discussion 6 months ago about extending their lease if they got the gas station. They're going to extend the lease. You know, the profitability, the money that they can put into the store is predicated on how much revenue it generates. They're committed to improving the quality, as stated before. The gas station will improve their profitability. 225 signed petitions, and somebody from the Planning Commission said, well, how do we know where those people came from? They were at the center. Now you hear people in the audience say, oh, we don't want a gas station. We don't want another gas station. We don't need another gas station. I think the owner of the two stations across the street is very concerned about having competition. And if they do a good job, they shouldn't be concerned. Kroger is going to do a great job at this center, and they're going to be there long term. The owner is committed to maintaining the center. We've done a number of things to improve it, and there's focus to the store. But the biggest thing that has happened, and it really is a huge item, is that they changed the management, because they've got to train the employees to understand the quality level of cleanliness at the store. Thank you.
And I think, one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, the store at 15 and Lasser that does not have gas, that is nice and robust, if you will. Why does it need in Southfield for a gas station to come in order to have that type of store? And I'm not necessarily expecting an answer, but we talked about our potential vote or no vote this evening. So maybe, I'm just throwing this out there, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, maybe they would say, you know what, let's vote it down, which would give you a year, and then after a year, you come back and we see all these improvements in the store, maybe they would be for it. I can't speak for them, but it seems that part of the issue is that the store is not up to the standards that it should be. And I hear what you're saying with the changes that were made after the last meeting, but as my colleagues have said, why does it take a meeting for you to ask for something for that kind of change to happen?
Through the chair. So one of the concerns raised tonight was, will these changes happen, and should we wait to see if they do? Would it be possible to approve on the condition that at least the building improvements listed happen?
To me, we can say the reverse. You got a year to work on those, come back, because, again, everything that he said, it does not justify the conditions of that store. At Maple and 15, that's another one that I shopped a lot frequent before the improvements on the one on 8 Mile. And it's much smaller, as was stated. I go back to where I stated in the original meeting. It makes me wonder if you care about the folks that shop there, because it shouldn't take all this. You should be doing that anyway. I even remember, sir, with all due respect, I don't think you were even aware of the conditions at that store. And that told me, as the property manager, where were you? Where were you? That store has always been a mess. It's always been a mess. And so you're asking us to show our hands first when we've been waiting patiently. And I don't think if you truly cared about the customers, the upgrades to the other stores, or just forget upgrades, keeping it clean. Keeping it clean, keeping the floors clean, the shelves stocked. That would have been done. And you said some Kroger folks. Now, the gentleman that's here for the fuel station, I give you all the kudos, respect. It has nothing to do with that. The corporation should care about that store if they want it. And you said, as if the store on 8 Mile is doing so great because of the gas station. No, I've been there. It's always been decent. This store hasn't even been decent. Do you hear what we're saying? So you shouldn't say to us, well, you give us this and we'll work on that. Go work on it. If you cared, if you say you're not going to leave, show us. Because it just has not been shown. It has not been. That store is horrible. And Kroger should be ashamed of how it's been. And people should go in there often.
I guess the one thing that I would like to impress upon you is, I have talked to the store owners there, not Kroger. I've talked to Alex. His mother is Korean, and they have Town Park Cleaners, and they've been there for a number of years. Alex went to University of Berkeley, California, got a degree in business, and went to work for a major bank and was involved in finance. His father died from stomach cancer, and he left California to come and help his mother, and the two of them run the store. I'm telling you, from the bottom of my heart, I have talked to the store owners, and they desperately want you to consider them rather than Kroger and approve the gas station. They want the gas station. They want the center to be vibrant. And they are I'm the only one here left that can speak for them. And it's really about them that I'm here imploring you to approve the gas station.
I understand what you're saying, but see, to me, being on this end, as being one of those shoppers, that tells me you didn't care as long as your money kept coming in, rolling in the profits. But as soon as you want something and there's a pause to it, now it's, oh, woe is me, poor is me. We can have the same stories being made to the customers that come through there. I get what you're saying. I think, though, Kroger's, everybody needs to show us that they respect and care for the shoppers of that store and bring it up to show us it and bring it up to par like any other Kroger's in the suburbs, that you care about the dollars that we spend there.
Well, the store owners there went through COVID, and they really had a tough time, and we had some delinquencies, and we tried, the owner, was very generous and tried to help all of them, which is why he's put so much money into the center trying to maintain curb appeal and help them, added Christmas lights and different things. I'm telling you.
And I'll say this, my last time honestly saying, I'm imploring you to go ahead and let them make the improvements, because I hear that you say you're gonna stay, and I want Kroger's to stay. That's who I shop at, Kroger's, just not that one. But I do believe if you were to close, we've got 3 or 4 or 5 ready to step right in, because they know the importance of that corner, the dollars of this area, and they'll come right in and put the store that we want and deserve.
Well, I guess I'm at fault because we were continued from the last city council meeting 2 months ago. And so knowing that the meeting started at 6 p.m., and since we were continued, I told the small owners of the businesses there that we're probably going to start at 6 o'clock, which is why some of them are here and had to leave.
When I want something, I stick it out.
If we had started this meeting and addressed the Kroger from the beginning, I could mark up here 24 different owners who would implore you to approve the Kroger.
If they saw how we were at the last meeting, they should have stayed.
I'm sorry?
If they saw how we were at the last meeting, they should have stayed if it was 2 in the morning.
Well, they weren't here last meeting, but...
No, but they could have videoed, they could have watched the YouTube, you could have told them.
Well, it wasn't through, initially the discussion was traffic.
Well, I don't want to keep making excuses for them. All I'm saying is, if I want something that badly, I'd stick it out. Because we're talking millions of dollars here, not hundreds.
It wasn't until toward the end of the meeting that Councilwoman Banks brought up the issue of cleanliness at Kroger, if I'm not mistaken. And
No, that was the first thing I said. And I think I talked first.
Okay, well, I'm an old guy, I don't remember everything, but I'll tell you this, it's very important to the small businesses who are struggling there now, and they've asked me to represent them, which is why I'm here.
I see a lot of people in the audience raising their hand, trying to speak. I just want to say this is not a public hearing that was held on August. Should this go forward, you will have a chance to speak at the next public hearing of Kroger, but we are still working on this item, which there is no public hearing. So I just want to give everyone that heads up. Sir, we're not accepting comments from the public right now. This is strictly for Kroger and their team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Karen, speak now.
Yes, and then Councilman Hicks.
Okay, to the business owners, I thought you said that you weren't going away. So if you're not going away, then that's a good thing. And everybody has suffered since COVID. Every business has suffered, not just in that plaza. But he's made a statement that the other gas stations are concerned. And he specifically said if they do their jobs, they shouldn't be concerned. Well, turn that back around. If the job was being done at the store, there should not be a concern. If the job was being done at the store the right way for the residents, like we wouldn't have to go to 15 and Lasser. We wouldn't have to worry about that. If you take care of business, then those people will be satisfied, those customers. I just had someone text me and say, I said I don't shop there. I shop there all the time. I shop there at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I'm there in the nighttime. I called the police one time because there was a former worker doing some crazy stuff over there, and the police came. I got in my car to go there one time, and a man almost ran over me. I got back in my car, and I went to 15 and Lasser. That has nothing to do with the store, but it has a lot to do with the parking lot and a lot of things that go on there. You guys have got to do some things. That is a problem. The store is a problem, and it's not going to change with a gas station. It's going to satisfy your profit dollars to put more money, but you still have the idea of the money right now to do that. And if the other retailers are there, the doctor says he has several people that come to him. So every business is responsible for marketing, for bringing dollars into their establishment, not based on what happens at Kroger, even though that would add to it. But every business person is responsible for how they bring foot traffic in their store. Of course, they would want the gas station. I understand that. But you just like you had 250 residents petition, we had other people that had petitions that said no. I don't see where they are now, but we got those too. So it's just not a yes. And the thing is, I don't know what happened at Greenfield, but I don't know what you learned from Greenfield. I don't know what you learned from anywhere else, but you should have learned that a store needs to be properly taken care of regardless. Regardless, that's a standard. That is a standard. That's Southfield standard. Nobody wants to go in a filthy store. Even like I said, I still shop there because I want to shop in Southfield. Please hear us on that. And you know what? We started at 9:35. I wrote it down. It's 11 o'clock. I'm ready to make a decision.
We have one more council member who wants to speak.
Yes, thank you. So I understand the parliamentary procedures, but my understanding from last meeting to now is a bit different. I believe that we haven't had opportunity to talk and collaborate. I think you took what we had asked and gave us a listing of what you're going to provide. But when I look at 15 in Lasser, when I look at 15 in Woodward, when I look at 15 in Coolidge, there's stores that are smaller, some same size, and one that's bigger. The common denominator is all of those stores do not have a gas station. What I had hoped we would do, because I do believe in collaborating, because there's common ground, you've made improvements since last meeting, but I don't think we're quite there. Do I want to vote no to make you all wait a year? No, I don't. But what I don't want to do is to settle and just receive, less for our community. What I had hoped we would do is have a committee of the whole where the public could participate and we would have discussion. And you can kind of give us the why you can't do things right now or the when you plan on doing things, because then we could have made a more informed decision to move forward. But right now, I don't like having my back to the wall to say, you got to vote yes or no when we haven't had an opportunity to have conversation. Not just a one-sided, here's a listing of what we plan to do, but there's really no definitive dates to it.
Well, so the improvements that were listed those are dates. That's 2025. Those are things that will happen and that within that time frame.
And to Councilman Hicks, if you want, you can, we can continue to move it down the road and bring this back of a committee of a whole.
That's what I think
personally, I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but I'll leave it up to my colleagues.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But what I'm hoping you take this feedback back to your leaders to say, this is what we heard. Watch this video of this meeting. Here are their pain points, and that didn't do it. What's your pleasure? They may say, we don't want to do nothing, and I respect that, be honest. Or you can say, what they're saying is right. 15 in Lasser, 15 in Woodward, 15 in Coolidge are better than 12 Mile and Evergreen. That's what I hope we would have conversation, not just yes or no, putting a gas station as the determining factor. What's Kroger's commitment to retain business and grow business? Because I'm telling you, the other stores have things that we don't have, and they're smaller. So I get it. If bigger stores had stuff that the footprint's smaller, but and better. So I'm not sure why it feels like we're debating as opposed to collaborating.
I'm sorry. All right, you finished? Okay, Councilman Brightwell.
Mr. Chair, I think we are a deliberative body. We are here to make a decision. We have had a discussion, several hours, and I think we owe it to the public and ourselves to make a decision to push this one way or the other and come to just take it off the table. We're here to make a decision. We discussed it from A to Z. And I'm assuming from a parliamentarian standpoint, how do we say yes or no tonight and bygones be bygones and come back next year, 2 years from now, whatever, but we have beat this to death.
Right, so we really have three options. Sorry, Madam Attorney, did you want to say something? Or?
Oh, I was just going to follow what Councilman Brightwell said, is that somebody can make the motion, somebody can second it, but then you call for the vote. So really what we need to do is bring that motion to the whole assembly here.
Correct.
So if Mr. Brightwell, for example, says, okay, I make a motion to approve this item, Councilwoman Banks would say, okay, I second it. And then at that point, you as the chairperson would say, okay, it's been moved by, seconded by, basically saying, okay, I'm putting the question on the table, now let's vote.
Right, so we have three options, essentially. The motion has to be in the positive. So the motion would be to approve the conditional rezoning. If it's seconded, we can either vote yes, and it gets approved, or we can vote no, and it gets denied. Someone else can make a motion to say, we want to bring this back to a date certain, which would be a committee of a whole meeting, from what I'm hearing, to collaborate, see if anything else is changed. That is another option. One of the reasons we didn't bring this back to a committee of a whole is because the crowd that we had in the beginning. And the fact that after that, we have a lot of other public hearings for Kroger as well. So if we were to bring it to a date certain for a committee of a whole, where we would have to, again, at that meeting, probably make a Rule 10 to bring it back to another meeting. So again, it's additional meetings, and I don't have a problem with that. That's our job. I think it's up to the council to decide if they feel that an additional meeting with Kroger will make a difference or not. But I will leave that up to my colleagues and whoever would like to make a motion in any which way.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that the conditional rezoning for property located at 19991 West 12 Mile Road, with the conditions as outlined, be approved.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Banks, seconded by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve PCZR 24-0002 as presented with all the conditions listed by our city planner. Any other questions?
Yes. It's not a question, it's a statement. I think there's another factor that I didn't hear tonight, and that's related to the bank across the street, the former Huntington Bank and the CVS. There was, and I don't know if the developers, the manager, yes.
It's not a part of it. It's not a part of this.
Hold on, before you come up, we need to, there's a motion, correct?
Yeah, but all right, the motion's been made and seconded, this is this further discussion. I'm surprised I didn't hear you say you have, there are some other movement about
Are
2
we
other
allowed to have
properties?
further discussion?
That was, once the motion's on the table, I guess I'm not able to hear, once the motion's on the table.
The motion, so we cannot have further discussion once the motion has been, is on the table.
It's not my Robert rules.
Right, we're going to discussion. Discussion was before.
Okay.
You have to put the motion on the floor, and then you have discussion. We've had a lot of discussion.
Mayor's right.
But I'm sitting here waiting to hear about
That's right, he's right.
some
Okay.
other,
So do you want to discuss those properties?
We don't have to.
at least
And
put
then-
it on the table.
We're in discussion with a large group.
Excuse me, there's talking from the audience. The only talking should be from the dais here or from the podium addressed to the petitioner and their support staff. Our city attorney, I will ask again because there seems to be some confusion.
Right, I think, because I thought we were done with the discussion, and then once we put the question on the table, it was so we could take a vote.
But we can have additional discussion after our motion because we always ask, this is
Yeah,
part of the discussion
discussion.
of the vote,
He's
correct?
right. You're right. Yeah.
So, okay.
It's a motion,
So
discussion.
we do have a motion on the table, but we do have additional questions/discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
We're in discussion with a major Fortune 500 company about taking possession of the CVS. It's a slow-moving process because they're so large, but we're hopeful that that's going to come to fruition. I can't address anything about the bank across the street, but even getting CVS occupied with all the Rite Aids closing and there being tremendous vacancy in all the Rite Aid stores, we're very excited about that possibility. And we're just waiting for the return of the lease obligation.
Okay.
All right.
I don't,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I make one other comment?
Excuse me, let him speak, please.
No, well, it just seems to me, as a disinterested third party, it's like you want to penalize Kroger for the condition of the store, which affects the entire center. I mean, it seems to me, being good council people that want the city of Southfield to progress, that you would approve. You'd want to help them by approving the gas station now. And look to the future. They're going to extend the lease.
Yeah. So, but,
It's an opinion.
so, okay. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve PCZR 24-0002 as presented with the conditions outlined by the city planner. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails with a 0-6 vote. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We do it both ways.
No, Robert's rules say the motion discussion. What we had, that's just council, but Robert's. rules
Okay.
are board.
So that means that that item has failed, which means that item H and I are no longer needed as well.
So,
Okay. And that will be part of our training. It can be done both ways as well. Well, we'll get an expert in here and figure it out. All right, next, we have the council portion of our meeting. And at the beginning of the meeting, it was mentioned that our November 12th meeting will be canceled because we will not have a quorum. We want to make it official with a vote to cancel that meeting.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, I move that the regular meeting of the council scheduled for November 12th, 2024 be canceled.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilwoman Haynes to cancel the November 12th meeting. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, Councilman Brightwell, you have any comments for this evening?
I have nothing but just for the veterans. I will indicate if you're under stress, if you are having issues, dial 988 and then 1. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Haynes.
I have a couple of things that I'd like to talk about. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate the Southfield Police Department, the Southfield Fire Department, Southfield Parks and Recs, and the City of Southfield for an excellent trunk or treat that we just had. It was very nice, very well attended. It was very orderly, and it was just a great thing. And I just want to especially thank the chief because he had a large screen TV, and we were able to watch the game that night as well, or that evening rather. So it's just a nice program. And in addition, with Trunk or Treat being a popular thing now as an alternative to Halloween, there are several places that I'd like to encourage families to attend. There's several churches and organizations and neighborhood associations that have trunk or treats. You can look them up and call some of the people. It's just a safer way to guide your kids and for families to go. And also this past weekend, I had the opportunity to attend a SIMCOG conference, and it was very, very enlightening, learned quite a bit, was able to pass some information on. From that conference, the first thing when I got there was the video called Experience Southfield. It's a 90-minute video talking about 90 second. I said I wasn't going to say minutes. 90-second video. It's on YouTube, so if you go to the internet, you can look at the YouTube video. I've shared it with family and friends. It's really nice, and we did a good job just promoting Southfield. It's just really great. It's called Experience Southfield. And we also had the pleasure, which I'm sure you all will talk about a little bit more, excellent tunnel to towers, groundbreaking. I was so impressed with the order of service, the way everything went very smooth, very nice, and just impressed with the organization all in itself. They should be here in about a year and a month established for veterans, and I plan on supporting them myself. They say $11 a month, which is, I guess, because of the 9/11, but it really is a support to veterans, and I think that's a great way to say thank you to veterans just to help with that program. 95% of the proceeds go to help the veterans, which is excellent and more than any other nonprofit that I've heard of. There's a flyer here that I was given at the conference. It's called Edu2B. It's a tech collaboration series that OCC is putting on, and you can register at oakgov.info/edu2b. And it's a very, very good program that talks about a series of events designed to connect business leaders with education institutions. And just go to OCC's website. There's such a great need. They said they're even lacking people to attend a free college, which I find that hard to believe, but it's really sad. They need more people to attend the college. There's so many great programs that they have. The last thing that I have, well, first we have the bookshelf that's next week. Support the Southfield Friends of the Library bookshelf, starting with Wednesday through Saturday. Nice books. But this is something I want to show. Starting this Friday, November 1st, is Shop Small. every business owner in the city has an opportunity to win $1,000, $500, or $250. And this is what you have to do, get a sign like this. We went around putting some signs up already in the stores. If a person comes in your store and take a selfie from November 1st to November 30th and send it into Oakland County, you have an opportunity to go in the drawing, to enter the drawing and win. And if you win, the business owner wins. And the great thing about this is that it supports small businesses. So we want to really support the small business. That's the restaurants, the doctor's office, all the places in Southfield. It really encourages, and you can submit the selfie. This is put on by Oakland Thrive, Oakland County, and all you have to do is go to the county's website for more information. It's really shop small, and when I said I do shop in Southfield, I try my best to order things in Southfield, shop in Southfield, and this is a great time for our residents to do just the same, just shop small, starting November 1st, support local small businesses. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks?
In the spirit of the hour, and considering we have one more item, I will pass it on.
Councilman Hicks?
Same as Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Hoag?
I just quickly have three things, real quick. Reminder, Election Day, next Tuesday. Happy Veterans Day on the 11th, because we won't be back. And then lastly, don't forget, we turn back our clocks on this Sunday. And that's it for me, Mr. President.
Okay. And I'll just remind, there was, Cable 15 put on a lot of nice videos the last week or so about different updates within the city, about road maintenance updates and different things like that. It's definitely worth taking a look at the city's, either the channel or the YouTube channel, because there is a lot of good information out there for all the residents. So with that, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not going to add anything other than I'm
One
looking.
minute.
We can't hear.
Officer, do you mind or Mr. Meadows, you can't close the door, but can you just ask them to move their conversation away from the door? Thank you. Well, the door's unlocked, so we're okay, but go ahead, sir.
As several have said, in the spirit of the hour, I'm not going to add anything. However, I am anxiously awaiting the report from Clerk Jackson about early voting. I was here Saturday. It was unbelievable. I don't know if you have numbers available, number of people that showed up, but whew. I'm so glad to see so many people taking advantage of it and showing up to vote. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you. In recognition of the voting turnout and facilitating voter turnout, the administration's been approached about restricting access to City Hall on Election Day. Also recognizing that the Vandenberg School polling location and the temporarily relocation of the Adler School polling location, so that's 4 additional precincts, have been added to City Hall. I am proceeding with closing operations in City Hall other than those related to elections. I've asked my HR director to come in and speak to how we would accomplish this. It's equivalent to what we do when we have a power outage or a snow outage or a snow day. We do have an emergency closing policy that we operate. In the past week, as this was being discussed with the courts, and our primary focus is making sure we have ample parking on this lot. We'll be relocating all of our city vehicles to the northeast corner behind Parks and Rec on Monday. Those employees who are working will be asked to park underground, but we're looking to make sure we can accommodate items. So we're looking at the courts will have reduced operations, as well as the library. And City Hall will be open only for elected items. We'll still have building inspectors out doing their job. Public Works will still be out doing their job. Police and fire will have their normal procedures. And I've asked Mr. Meadows to speak to the logistics of how this will work. Anytime we have a snow day or we're without power, it is an extreme challenge as to how we handle our operations. James will speak to the 3 trigger points where we incur additional cost. So James, and I have a communication that I've yet to circulate, but I had a couple people approach me over the weekend as people were hearing that we were considering this. James, you want to?
Yeah. So the policy was written March 13th, 2020, and it was related to emergency closing. It was to bring together some other policies that were out there to put it in one place. So basically what happens is if the building closes, the employee's department closes, and they're required to stay here and work.
You talk in the microphone.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that better?
Thank you, yeah.
So if the building closes, if the employee's department closes, and the employee is required to work, they get time and a half. If not, if their department does not close, then they get their regular hours. That's it, in simple version.
So I guess the question is, what is being proposed? I've heard that because what I'm hearing is that if the building is closed and we require people to work, it's time and a half. If we close the building and don't want them to work,
We're going to restrict access to the building. We're gonna
restrict access. So what does that mean?
The treasurer's office will not be open.
Will the treasurer's office, so in that situation, would the treasurer's staff still be here working? Because I'm sure there's plenty to do.
If they can work remotely, they'll be able to work at home. If they're directed to work by their director on site, then they would be compensated time and a half. Or,
Okay. So, and if I may, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that if the building is open, but the department is closed,
And they're required to work in their
and they're
department,
required to work,
then they'll get time and a half. What normally happens in these situations is each department gets to make a decision about what's needed for that department and for the city. So in HR, what you will see is the majority of employees will be told to work from home. The department will not close. You will see me here. You'll see Marie may or may not be here. But the department will function.
Can I ask a question? 'Cause
Yes.
you just said the building is open, but the department is closed. Why would that happen like that? Because to me, if the building is open and the departments, why would the departments be closed if the building is open?
A couple things are going on here. The building will have 6 precincts in it.
Will have what?
6 precincts. So it'll have substantially more people voting here in this building. So one of the things we're trying to do is restrict some of the access to the building by employees so they're not utilizing parking spaces, they're in the building. We're trying to have the building mostly for people voting in the election process.
I guess,
Oh, sorry.
if the only activity we're transacting is relating to the voting, we believe that there'll be more room on campus. 4 years ago, we were in COVID. We did close City Hall. We were open only for election-related activities. I can tell you, we know we had, with just one polling station, 2 precincts, we had people wrapped around the precinct at one point. The pavilion at one point. The wild card in this is the early voting. We just don't know how to quite gauge what that overall impact will be. But with knowing we're going to have 4 more precincts, 2 more polling stations, that's a large volume. And what we're seeing coming through our lobby right now, you know, that's it. And I'll tell you, goodness, a couple weeks ago, I learned that Farmington Hills was shutting down on both Monday and Tuesday.
Well, let me ask this, though. Do we have any departments for which you'll probably close their department, but they can't really do remote work?
That's up to the department and the director, but I would say you have some departments like that. Some of the departments are a lot more customer-facing. So if you look at Treasury, the clerks, the ones who are standing at the counter taking in money, they can't do that from home, as far as I know. So you will have some departments like that in this building.
So they just get a free day off because the building is closed?
If they close their department, yes. They will get their pay. It will be treated as if there's a snow day and they don't have the opportunity to come into the building.
So,
Yeah.
before you continue, I think, Madam Attorney, you have a different...
I just want to make sure I understand it, because my understanding was the building has to be totally closed.
Yep.
City Hall will be open, but say, for example, okay, the treasurer's office, they may close,
Yep.
but they could, if they can't, so my understanding, if I'm in the treasurer's office, I'm not going to conduct any work. For example, I'm not going to be able to take a water bill payment, because the only thing that's going to happen in City Hall is the election.
Election.
Okay, and then if the department supervisor says, Dawn, I still want you to come in, then I come in and I get paid my 8 days. But if he says, Dawn, I don't need you to come in so we can, save space, but you can work remotely, then I would just still get paid my regular 8 hours.
Yes.
The only way I would get time and a half if this building was actually shut down
And their
and
department.
my department was closed, but my supervisor said, you still got to come in, Donna.
Yes.
So that's what I want to make sure of, that the time and a half really isn't there, because this building is still open. That was my understanding, so I guess I want to clarify it, because if the building is still open,
If they
It's
shut the
closed to
department down
employees.
and make somebody come in, they're probably going to get time and a half, Dawn. I'm just going to tell you. That's usually the way it happens.
I'm confused.
I'm almost done. I still have the floor. I see what the attorney is saying, but I guess if someone who can't do any remote work at home, but is at home doing nothing, I guess to balance it off is giving the people that came here is time and a half. Because
If they have to come here, it's time and a half. If they're at home, they'll get their 8 hours.
I'm speaking of the ones who are at home but don't have any work to do because they really don't have remote work at home. Like, so they're sitting at home really doing nothing.
Yes.
And we're okay with it.
One minute.
We have used this in snow days and other closings, where this is a slight modification, as it was 4 years ago as well. The doors will be open for election-related business only.
And those people on a snow day, if they didn't have any work to do, they just was at home on a
Well,
snow day?
yes, but part of the problem is they can't get here a lot of times. If you got a snow day, we're closing the building, most of the time folks can't get here. The only people out there working are cops, fire, and DPW pushing snow off the roads.
Well, we're going to go Councilwoman Banks, Councilman Hicks, and then Councilwoman Haynes.
Okay, so a few questions, and I think you answered it, Mr. Meadows. We cannot close City Hall down because we are voting that day. We have 6 entrances. People are going to be coming in from all the different entrances. I would think it would be beneficial to have the departments here because they can help and assist with crowd control, if we even need crowd control. Because if so many people are voting early right now, we can calculate, example, if there's 1,000 people that are in a precinct that vote, and 900 of them have already voted, we've only got 100 people left that are gonna come to City Hall. Have we thought about maybe having our employees park across the street, shuttle people in? And then I'm not even understanding this time and a half. And have we calculated, number one, how much is it gonna cost us? You know, we're talking about union contracts, and how are we gonna pay those people? And I personally don't see this as a snow day situation, a power outage situation, or a COVID situation. This is election day.
The situation, though, is to accommodate the volume of people coming in for one function.
Well,
And
can
to
we-
make sure we have parking on this campus. I don't know what that volume is gonna be.
We've got a lot of parking on this campus. I mean, people aren't gonna come
So-
all at one time.
On any given Tuesday in the morning, we have 60 cars show up for jury duty. That's 60 parking spaces.
You have 60
The-
what?
Pardon?
60 what?
60 cars show up, we'll have over 60 people come in for jury duty. That doesn't include the plaintiffs, the defendants, the attorneys. You know, that is a typical Tuesday in our court. The library, we are truly concerned about the volume. And
Well,
if
have
I-
we even considered?
If I
the
can
co-
have my employees work remote, that helps out.
How is the library employees gonna work remote? And then have we calculated, how much is this even gonna cost? What is this gonna cost us?
The library people will be paid in their vacation and comp time, correct, James?
The library people will be
Because
paid.
we're not ordering them to work.
Wait, he's saying something different, I think.
Actually, if you tell them they're not coming down and you're treating it like a emergency, you're gonna pay them straight time. Now, if someone is taking a vacation day already or sick or something like that, that comes out of their bank. But we're telling them that they can't come here and work. It's straight time for 8 hours.
Okay,
Through the
do
chair.
we know how much this is gonna cost? Has anyone calculated what is this gonna cost between the fire department, the police department, the library?
Fire and police are not gonna be affected.
Well, you can't say we're gonna, part of the
Yes.
city's gonna close.
Yes, we
But
do
they're
it-
gonna get like, what, time and a half for working all day?
No, they get their straight time. We're not closing their departments, they're functioning.
I don't know, if my memory was correct, and maybe it's not. Whenever we had snow outages, there was always discussion about the overtime with the police and the fire department. It cost us a lot of money when there were snow days. Because they're part of the city.
Yes.
And yes, they have to work, but if the rest of the city is closed, you know, I don't know what the union contracts say.
Normally, we do not close those departments. We
But-
can't,
So what are they gonna get paid? Double time and a half, double time?
they get straight time if they're at work.
I've never heard of such a thing. Then do we know what this is gonna cost?
If I had to make an assumption, the assumption would be one day of what the city normally pays, with a little bit extra for anybody who comes in. For this building,
Well,
We're not
I
looking-
also heard the library. We're gonna close the
And for the
library.
library, I'm sorry, and for the
And then
library.
we also talked about the courts.
The courts is a separate employer. They have their own budget, just like the library has their own budget.
Doesn't the library generally follow the city hall?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so, Councilman Hicks?
So, I'm a data person.
Yes.
So Councilwoman Banks brought up a good point about the dollars.
Mhm.
I guess I would have been looking for more of a recommendation from administration that said, based on our population, here are the required departments that are to be open. this is what we recommend the number of people to work. Based on those people working, here's the dollar amount that we anticipate. Everyone else can work remotely, and then this will be the impact to the overall budget.
I don't disagree with that analysis.
So that's where I was looking for. And then also on the flip side, based off of voting history, these 6 precincts have X number of people who actually come to polls to vote. Here's our anticipated volume of people that we project having come in. Does that warrant us even considering this based on that number?
From my standpoint, I think the administration can do the analysis in terms of this organization here, this building, in terms of how many people, what departments, that's working with the department director saying, what do you think you're going to need on this day? What do you see happening? And then we'll get numbers. Now, in terms of how many people voted and where they voted at, that's a function of the clerk's office. I'd have to.
Right, but that's what I'm looking for is a collaborative
Yes,
conversation before coming to us with to come with us with a recommendation so
Yes.
that then we can react based off of data, not what coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yes.
So the administration had a request from the elections coordinator to shut down. I will tell you, originally, my first response was, no, it's too difficult to go through this exercise. I will tell you, last Thursday, Friday, after talking to the library and the courts, going through all of the questions, contacting people, what difficulties does it, what kind of programming, what kind of events, this is programming in, you close the pavilion to walkers. The senior group that meets 40-some people, you have to notify them that those activities won't be taking place on Election Day. After you filter through all of those, we went through it. I think you will have a nominal amount of people who will be asked to work and receive that time and a half compensation. I'm faced with this request. I'm seeing what other communities are doing in response to this election. We did look at using our TOS program. It will still be operating on Election Day. We did look at, could we shuttle people to and from? Don't have enough CDL licenses to do that, and we're still operating the TOS program that day. We're not canceling it. So the request is there, and until I got feedback this weekend, it was my intent to simply inform you that this happened. It's not something that historically the administration has come to council and asked for permission, but there was a number of comments that kind of were red lights. If it's the desire of this body for it not to happen, then we'll do it, but I'd like some direction on it.
Do we have any idea, Janet, of how many people have already returned ballots through absentee? Because that's another factor.
Yes, actually, in considering all the dynamics in Democratic, we can start with early voting. In early voting, we had 849 Saturday,
Wow.
691 voters on Sunday, and 900 today. And so those, in addition to absentee ballot numbers, we sent out over 22,000. We received back over 15,000, roughly 60%, 40,000. We are urging our voters to return as soon as possible. We have several other factors because it's unprecedented number of challenges.
Her mic.
It's a volatile election.
Cable's
People,
telling me it's not on.
are just concerned and confused just about the whole process. So I'm saying all that to say, we're gonna have, I feel, even though we've had this many absentee ballots returned and this many people coming to early voting, which we are promoting very heavily, we're still gonna have a great deal of walk-ins on November the 5th. We have 6 precincts here. Maybe the only location in City Hall that is really being asked not to show up or take up parking spaces is the pavilion. Our central employees are still going to be working, police and fire, DPW. So it really just affects the logistics within this space. Because if we have...
Is your mic on?
Is your mic on, Madam Clerk?
If we have extra long lines in this space, we could be accused of voter inconvenience and suppression, which is very prominent in people's thinking and looking at this election. And I just have to go with the thoughts of my election officials that work and have worked elections for the past. The average person in that office has been there 5 years or more and have been through a presidential election. And my election specialist has been doing that job for over 20 years. So it's not just a better safe than sorry. It's also a very thought about and meaningful decision.
You know, I would add that to me, the amount of anxiety over this election and all of the drama, that I would compare this to 2008, where we had 47,000 people participate without early voting in the first Obama election.
Don't get ready.
It was one of the highest turnouts we'd had in I don't know how long.
And we are fortunate to have in this election no reason absentee, because during the Obama election, people were processing absentee ballots in person, where many of our voters are now just requesting them ahead of time online and other ways and delivering them, instead of waiting in line to denote a reason, and that hold up in 2008. And I think the previous clerk, because Council Pro Tem Banks was here then during that time, and I just remember you had to give a reason for absentee ballot, but now it's not like that anymore. So do have more people participating with an absentee ballot, but we have so many people that are expressing concerns who want to vote in person as well. So even though we've had a lot of early voting, or the numbers have increased, we're still going to have a walk-up.
Okay. Just real quick, Janet, have you analyzed the 6 precincts that are going to be here, and like City Hall, the 2 precincts that are here? What is the total number of registered voters for like the City Hall?
For all 6 precincts?
No, just for the City Hall.
The 4 additional ones?
No, just the 2. It's like
The regular ones.
the regular precinct here at City Hall, we have 2 precincts.
Yes.
So what is the total number of voters?
I don't have that number ready
So,
for you.
so if you have that total number of voter, and you minus out the absentee ballots that have been issued, and then you minus out the early voting numbers.
For those precincts.
Yeah, then you'll have a rough idea how many people are going to actually be coming here to City Hall.
Right.
Now, I believe it was the election in 2008, and I think, Mayor, you were here. Everyone had voted by noon. And I remember at noon, we kept saying, why aren't there any more people? Where's all the people? And when we started to look at the number of people that already voted, everyone had voted by noon. So basically, the rest of the day, I don't know if you remember that, Mayor, there were no crowds. So I don't know if you've analyzed those numbers for each of the precincts that are here.
My election specialist has, I just don't have them with me. And she is the one that really, really put her opinion on the table about closing City Hall. And she was very much for it. So, but I can get the numbers. I can send you guys all the numbers via email tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I talk now? Nancy, you hit on what I was going to say. This is a numbers game. We know from working elections and working in polls, you have certain times that people come, breakfast, lunch, and after dinner. You said 22,000, you subtract from that 15, you got 7,000. Okay, you have 9 more days left. You count, you just subtract that out, just give an average on how many would come that day. I think that there's ample space for parking. If we did the numbers and he really figured it out, I think it would not be a problem. There's parking behind the arena, number one. We had over, 1,000 or something seniors here for the Senior Expo. I know it was a weekend, but still, we had ample parking. Compare that to the amount of money that we're going to spend to do this. I'm wondering if it really makes it's really necessary. I know that it's an increase in voting. When I worked the polls, I can average when the people were coming. When Barack Obama ran, they were wrapped around the school, but they stayed in there for a few minutes, got in and they got out. Okay, then later on it kind of dissipated and it came back up. But we had space, there was timing, and I know there's 6 precincts, but all 6 precincts don't have the same amount of people coming in. Number one, you talk about early voting, which is a major factor. You gave 800 people in one, did you say 800 in one day? Yeah, that's almost a precinct, isn't it? So, I mean, I think we really need to look at the numbers before we really talk about time and a half and timing. And I mean, these people aren't staying whole hours and 3 hours in these parking spots. They're in and out. Most people want to be in and out when they're voting. They are in and out. I mean, they don't want to stand here and, and they cannot stand here. I think what we need more than anything is traffic control and direction control to tell them where to go, which way to go to. The most problems you have at a precinct, which I've known, is when a person walks in the door, which way do they go? That's where the problem comes in. I went to the wrong precinct, I got to go back over here. We need people for that. And that's what we need. I just don't see, I mean, I think we can manage this. I won't say I don't see. I think this is a crowd control issue, traffic control issue, and it's a math issue where we have to look at the numbers on here. I mean, you're already down to 7,000 people. If you're doing 100 a day, we got 9 more days left? That's just a thought.
I was just going to say, I understand the concerns of my colleagues. I will just keep in mind the election is next Tuesday. I don't think we have time to run numbers, to run traffic reports, to do this, to do that. I understand the concerns, but I think this is probably going to be one that we have to just leave it to the administration, Madam Clerk, and our HR director, that this is what they think is the best thing to do, because what we don't want is to hear, as the clerk stated, anyone saying is that we deprive them of their right to vote for any reason. It's already going to be an election that's already going to be filled with emotions and all kind of stuff. We don't need to add to it. I get it. I don't want to spend any money here, but it's one of those where I don't want to micromanage, but we just have to go with what the clerk and the administration has put their heads together and think it's the best way to go. And I'd like to move that we approve this.
So I just want to add for a minute, though. Wait a second.
Can we try?
what Councilwoman Hoag is proposing is that we vote to approve to close certain departments
Yes.
at City Hall. That's been the ask all along. We're not saying to close City Hall because we can't, but you to close certain departments in order to essentially free up space at City Hall, whether it's a parking lot, whether it's things within the building. I will say, though, that if we decide to close certain departments, like the treasurer's office, Parks and Rec, things like that, you run into a problem of we're gonna have to put notices up around, either on the website, on the doors to tell, they may think that City Hall's closed and then say, where am I supposed to go vote? And you just created an additional problem. And I just thought about that as you were saying, people are gonna be, with all potential election scares that people have, that if we say, oh, can't go to the treasurer's office, they're closed. Oh, well, treasurer's at City Hall, why are they closed? Where am I supposed to vote? I could see that becoming a potential issue. At the same time, another thought that I had as we were talking this out is, the schools are closed because we vote in schools. What do people do with their kids when schools are closed? Usually they go to the library. Well, if the library is going to be closed, that doesn't help people if they want to take their kids to get books or whatever it is. And then the following, so that they'd close on Tuesday, then the following Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the library is still going to be closed because of Veterans Day. Yes, I understand City Hall is closed, but the library is supposed to be essentially, a place where people can get refuge. And I personally think our library is closed too often. That's a whole other discussion. But, I think that I hear the concerns. I don't want to say that the concerns are not valid, but I think we're being too cautious because I think we're going to run into more problems trying to figure out which departments to close and then trying to notify people with signs. I think we're going to run into more problems than we realize.
Can I say something to that? You've already decided which ones to close.
No, ma'am, I
You
have not.
haven't?
No.
But the problem is we don't have a council meeting. And
I would've
I'll say
preferred
that,
they come here
I did hear this, and then in talking with Pro Tem, we said, because it's not an emergency, it's not like there's a snow emergency, there's not a power outage, we thought that this should be discussed at the council, because we didn't know how the council would feel if it happened after the fact and everyone found out and said, oh, we never discussed it. It's one of those issues when dealing with seven people to make decisions that we needed to.
Well, we can alter our motion to say we allow the departmental closing as decided with the administration.
So, if I may, Mr. President, why don't, just let us come back. If council would allow us, we'll keep the library open, but we'll cancel programming for that day. So there'll be no children's storytelling. We've already talked to their staff about that. With the court, we can keep the courts open, but I will ask that they have no jury activity. Go ahead, Dawn.
There you go.
There,
We got to make a decision tonight, guys.
Right,
There's no jury
and
trial.
that's the problem, because
there is,
We got to
all
let
right.
them do it.
But if we could just, City Hall would be open for only election-related business.
Councilman Bragg, you have a comment, question? No? Okay, so
You do your motion.
you have a motion?
Yeah.
Councilman Hicks has a motion.
I move that the administration determine the customer-facing departments that are required to be available day of election with reduced staff, with all remaining employees that are not customer-facing be work remotely.
Does, Miss,
Can we repeat it?
Can I say something though to it? Wait.
one minute, there's a motion, we have a motion.
I want him to restate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because I wanted to make sure that Mr. Meadows understands,
Because the goal is to stop as many people from here.
so,
I
because
get it.
also, we're going to need your opinion on this motion, just to make
Okay.
sure we are okay. So, can you repeat the motion one more time?
I move that departments that are customer-facing have reduced staff, just to have enough staff to support any traffic that come to those various departments, with the remaining staff who are not customer-facing or are part of the excess from customer-facing areas work remotely on the day of election.
Was there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilman Hicks, supported by Councilman Pogue, to have all non-customer, I'm going to say backwards, all non-customer-facing
Facing.
employees work remotely that are not needed for election
Correct.
purposes. And then all customer-facing
Yeah.
employees have reduced staffing as determined by administration, HR, and the department head in order to satisfy the needs of that department. So, did I get that? Okay.
That's correct.
So my question is going to be to Mr. Meadows. Will that motion work for your needs as the HR director? Because off the top of my head, my thought is, how do you determine a reduced, like, you have reduced staffing, so if you have 2 people, does that mean that they each work half a day? Or, so will that type of motion work for you?
Yes, but it's going to take us working with the departments to figure out what they need and what they don't need.
We got a week.
So if you look at HR, then most of us can work remotely. Okay. So the people that'll be here, it'll be me, maybe Maria, that's it. But since you're not triggering closing departments, if you're not going to close departments, you're just going to have people work remotely, you're not triggering the closing for most of these departments, and they're not going to get time and a half if they come in.
Correct. So when you have a reduced customer-facing staff, however that is determined, what happens to that reduced part that is customer-facing that can't work remotely, but we don't need them here?
They're going to go home and they're going to make straight time. Unless you want to utilize them in some function here related to the election. That would be up to the clerk staff whether she has
So-
the need. Yes.
So will
They can be offered
our
that option.
will our
I'm sorry.
union contracts allow them to work for another department to help out with election-related work? Whether it's greeters at the door?
Well, it's, code enforcement is working the elections.
Correct. Same thing, the building department can continue to work with, inspections and site plans and things. So I guess that's,
That means I need to have a discussion with a couple union presidents tomorrow.
I'm sure they'll be happy.
But,
because
Mr.
they're
Meadows,
always out for the
I want to make it clear, our motion gives you the ability to select who you're going to close. Okay?
Yes. But
Okay, I
that-
just wanted to make sure that this is giving you what
But
you
that's
want.
with administration in the department.
Yeah.
okay. And you have a question on the motion?
Can I suggest that we track this?
Yes.
For records keeping, to see how this works, because this is a first time, it seems like to me, that this is being done. I think we need to really follow the money and the hours and how this works out, so we know for future use.
Mr. Meadows, will you be able to do some reporting on this?
And also, by the way.
And provide a report to the council at a
Yes.
later date?
Were you saying the library is closed, or?
The library will
I was-
stay open.
Okay,
Yes, I
good.
was told library is
will
open.
be open.
Okay, good.
Mary
Library's
and I
open, no
spoke,
programming.
about their programming.
Okay, because there's only, the programmings that I see on here for Tuesday, well, that's.
I didn't see any for Tuesday.
Okay, well, then that's not really an issue.
But they'll be open because again, for me, as a dad, I take my kids to the library, they'll get books, because there's nothing else.
Right, but there's timing, that usually there's a recording timing that they're going, you know what I'm saying, after school.
But if
After
the schools are
hours.
closed because the schools are being used for elections,
Okay,
there's,
I get what you're saying.
Mr. President, For those jobs where they already know they're going to be closed on election, so they've already made those arrangements, and you're saying some would have made to come to the library?
Yeah, a
So,
lot of
so if we cancel the programs, is that enough, though, for you?
There's no programming that day at the
Oh.
library based on their website.
Okay.
But the library's still open. It's a place you can
Right, hang on.
get
Yeah.
books, use the internet, whatever.
But you're
you need
okay
to
with
do.
that?
But a lot of the unions take off for the election day, too. I mean, a lot of the unions take off to work for certain people and help out. I know that.
And they would have vacation days or
And they'll be on the,
something like that.
yeah, they're usually on the front line.
But they use the vacation days essentially because.
If they're working for
They're
the
supposed to be working.
election, then
Right.
they usually take a vacation day. If they're actually going to be doing things like running one of the precincts or working in a precinct. If they're dragging boxes or something, it's another day in code usually.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Hicks, supported by Councilwoman Hoag. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It took us a while to get there, but I do appreciate it. And again, it was one of those decisions that I felt should come before the council to at least hear the different options. Madam Attorney, do you have anything for us this evening? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Administrator, do you have anything else?
God,
Mr. Zorn, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Madam Attorney?
I have nothing else. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk?
I just want to say I thank you for the council's support and for HR's support. We will see. We're just trying to do our best to be prepared because we are customer servants on that day. And we want to make sure people vote without any hassle or inconvenience as much as possible. I also want to thank Lawrence Technological University for offering to help us with volunteers on Election Day to help logistics, people moving around. We have other city workers who have already are going to come and help our department with the same. So early vote, if possible. We're here all this week. We're here late on October 31st till 8 o'clock in the evening, all next weekend. So cast your ballot early, and let's have a successful election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned.